We're reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious.
Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Well, hey. Hi. We're here.
Hello.
We've got the Supernova GGA game. Now,
Yes, we do.
this is Dia. Hello, everybody. You can say hello
Up,
to
guys.
Dia. We love Dia.
I
Uh,
waved, even though nobody can see me.
Nobody can see you. We've got the
Yeah.
studio screen on right now just so we can get a little introduction, see what's going on before the draft happens. Gonna make sure that there isn't a draft happening without us knowing.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there is, at least from what I can see. But let's see. What we can confirm is that Golden Guardians seems to be on the red side, so that at least should give everybody a little bit of context. Hello, guys. It is. Let's see. Time for these guys to qualify, I would say.
Yeah,
Rooted. High
that's
time.
true.
That is I think the first thing, and I don't know what you said before you brought me on, but that's the first thing that I would say
Hmm.
were I to sort of sum up today's match.
You've done a pretty good job, dear, because I said hello, and that was about
Okay.
it. So
Nice.
we
Did you
got
say
to
who it was? No, you said who it was.
we got to about hello, and then the teams, and then that was about it. So yeah, that's about where we got to for in terms of introductions. So we'll just kind of have to hope that people are okay with that. We do obviously. I want to show the teams, but I don't want to ruin anybody. So I think I'm gonna wait until we have them loaded into Champion Select before we do that, because we should know the teams by now. Supernova have got. I may as well just go through the teams. Supernova's
Right.
squad: Fire Theft top lane, Baco jungle, Ariandel mid, Psycho, Pseudo are your AD carry and support. And then for Golden Guardians Academy, Tony top as the top laner. Jungle is that TFT couch? Is that Winston?
It's
No,
sorry. It's
no.
iconic.
Iconic, of course, of course. Ryoma sticks a Chime. It's the mid AD carry and support. Why did support blank my brain? Don't know. We'll find out. Um, but yeah, so for when you get in, when you do get in, you'll see TFT Couch as one of the player names. That is iconic. So yeah,
Yes.
that's
Truly
that's.
iconic in his. I wonder what inspired that name. Like, I
uh,
wonder, like,
yeah,
if you're gonna take a name like iconic, surely there is something that you do that is iconic, you know?
maybe it's qualified
Maybe
for
it's the name.
Proving Grounds closed circuit qualifiers.
I think I that would be pretty iconic. We
That
will
would.
have several teams doing it today, but he could be the one that does it in the most style.
Yeah, and okay, so believe it or not, guys, we did prep for this, me and Dia.
Who is she?
Professional casters. We actually prepared for this. We have some expectations coming into this game, believe it or not.
It's true.
On the players, the teams, and where to be focusing, right? I
Yeah,
think it is, and sort of some play styles for Supernova. Yesterday, their game was streamed over on Unified Live. Their game number 2. As we
the
can
draft is starting.
finally, we can finally hop on over. Just for this is what we've got now. Beautiful
Oh, I
black.
didn't.
We've got some nice black boxes. We've got all the good stuff that you can expect on a Rudude production. But the draft has started, and for
Most importantly, the champions. Yeah.
yeah, most importantly, the actual champ select. Right, that's the key thing here, and we touched on, we didn't really touch, but Supernova, we feel like use Ariandel, and my quote that Dia has got for me is, he carries by not carrying, as in he's a great facilitator of the mid lane, brilliant at roaming and setting up his lanes for success. And Ryoma is a great carry in the traditional sense, in he's going to be pumping out max damage and just trying to do the 1v9 style.
Yeah, and in a way, like, as a mid laner that likes to roam, that's kind of supposed to be your worst matchup, right? Is somebody else that doesn't like to roam, but instead really enjoys just getting to breakpoints, especially on control mages that we know Ryoma for, and being able to decimate in team fights. You add on top of that somebody like Tony Top, who I know was also drawing a lot of attention in our prep, and Golden Guardians seem like they are a they have a wealth of players that really understand the team fights, and I would say whose strengths are in the team fights. When you're thinking about Tony Top, Ryoma, and I want to throw Stixay in there as well, they're setting themselves up for success around what I would normally call the 15-minute mark. But if you're a team with this much team fighting talent, why not make it 10?
Yeah. Yes. Dear, you've knowledge bombed, and I agree. I think is my best way of putting this right now. Yes. Put up as much as possible. We have got the draft going on, though. And red side, we see Caitlyn ban. That's something that I expect to see just pretty much throughout. Not just this match, the entire tournament, honestly. Caitlyn with the Lux pairing as well, something that we saw from Supernova yesterday on their game that was streamed, that getting taken away from them certainly makes sense. So what is left open is this Jinx now, and we saw actually at least on my stream at least, the Aphelios was kind of the answer here instead of something like the Jhin. But hey, am I a prophet, or is this results based analysis?
I think you might be. Oh my lord!
Holy moly!
What? It could be either or, but the fact remains, it is right, Rue, dude. That Aphelios is really big to answer the Jinx here, and especially with the hyper carry that we talked about as Stixay. But this Sin out into Jarvan leaves me questioning what exactly the junglers are thinking with their individual picks.
Now, when we look at just these two, these are very similar styles of jungle, right? They have very strong presence in a mid 2v2, regardless of what mid laner you end up collecting for yourself, as well as also just being that solid, stable frontline for whatever sort of team fight you're looking to set up. All right, if you're looking for a frontline, Xin Zhao creates a lot of space where, yes, he's not necessarily the most tanky of champions innately, but that Crescent Guard buys you 5-6 seconds of time, where Psycho either has to be pretty much within melee range of his Xin Zhao or can't dish out damage to him. And similarly for the Jarvan, you lock that Aphelios up in the Cataclysm, and then you start to be pretty concerned because normally it's not just Jarvan. We're looking for another dive buddy from Supernova at the minute to really put this Aphelios a little bit in the dirt. So as far as catching him off guard, that's what we're, or catching him out in those team fights. That's what we're hoping for. Obviously, Nautilus into the Jinx as well is something that we've started to see pick on up. It's very easy to just press R on a Jinx, believe it or not, dear. And there's no counterplay. Quite literally, you get knocked up.
Yeah, this is supposedly going to be a situation in which Psycho will suffer quite a bit. However, something that I'm keeping in the back of my mind right now is we got the chance to talk to MLBD a little bit earlier today, the coach of this team, Supernova, and he was talking up Fire Theft quite a bit to me, not in the sense that they expect him to be a carry player, because we didn't quite see that yesterday, but more of that they are, I would say, self-proclaimed comfortable playing towards him. And for a top laner that I haven't seen too much of already, going against a very known quantity in Tony Top, I kind of would like to see a top laner picked up by Golden Guardians here so that we could see Fire Theft pop off. But unfortunately, Rudude, I just won't get my wish.
It looks like the top lane counter pick is going to go the way of Tony Top here for red side. Corki in the mid lane for Ryoma. And Ryoma as well, I know that last season in summer, this guy was dubbed easily a top 2 academy mid lane prospect by the sort of academy scene. I know that people had praised him very highly. So coming into this tournament, we're expecting him to be the benchmark. But Dia, you've seen a Twisted Fate. We've seen Ariandel play the Twisted Fate just yesterday, and we got to see Ariandel back when he played on OQ in the EGL Open Qualifiers and in the group stage of that as well in summer of 2021. This was a style of champion that fits Ariandel to a T.
This is absolutely perfect for him, and it's so much to do with that heavy roaming style that we know Ariandel is so good at. Top lane matchup now just about to be locked in. The Camille versus Fiora, well, not exactly a matchup that is unknown to us, is one that we don't get the chance to see too frequently, especially because this is League of Legends, not Wild Rift. I'd like to see Tony Top grab this, and, well, he will. I'm darn excited, Rudude.
Okay, so the way that Fiora Fiora as an answer to Camille has been a counter pick pretty much since Camille's inception here. Camille, notorious for her split push capabilities. The reason why you take Fiora into Camille is because Fiora does what Camille does in the side lane better. Just outright a better duelist in the 1 versus 1, the amount of true damage that you can pop out. Camille's got that Cho'Gath ulti on a 5-second cooldown, right, on the Q with the precision protocol. Fiora gets it with her ulti on all 4 sides of you. She gets 4 of them every single time. This is why Fiora is going to be sort of locked in here, and for GGA now, their composition has taken a pivot in a second, because instead of going for this big death ball composition where they've got the Xin Zhao as a front line with a Aphelios or Aphelios Corki dishing out damage from the back line, they've now got this really heavy, really good wave clear oriented composition with the Corki, and the Aphelios can still pump out that wave clear if necessary, and they're going to be utilizing Tony Top, hopefully putting Iconic in a sort of flex position where he's rotating between either the mid lane and then the side lane that Tony Top's at, to enable this Fiora split push.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on somebody like Tony Top to make that top lane split push work as well, and the reason that I note that is less so because of the matchup where, yeah, you could say that Fiora, probably going to do quite well. However, the sort of important comma that comes after that is this Twisted Fate and even the Jarvan from quite early on. I know this isn't the Fire Theft matchup, and if Supernova stick to what they had yesterday, he probably won't be the focus of the game, but you don't know that for sure as Tony Top until at least 5 or 6 minutes into the game, where that might be 5 or 6 minutes where Fire Theft is getting far enough ahead, keeping the wave close enough to his tower, that he may not be in danger for the foreseeable future.
And as well as this sort of the focus is going to obviously be in one of the side lanes early on for Supernova. I think that Jinx Lulu was a bot lane 2 versus 2. Obviously the Lulu into Nautilus matchup, I'll say quickly, should go the way of Nautilus if you can find those all-ins, but you have to commit to them. So Stixxay and Chime do have that sort of call to make, whether they want to go all in on that bot side or if they're going to get slightly war of attrition between the Lulu and the Jinx, because obviously this is going to be a bot lane duo that scales pretty much into oblivion, but it's fairly self-sufficient down on that bot side, and that does open up Ariandel to move up to this top lane, and a Camille Twisted Fate combo deer is one that we've seen again since Camille's inception. The ease of execution on this comp for Supernova on the top side really does just speak for itself. The ability to just go up to the top lane with Twisted Fate ulti, with Camille ulti, once again puts a lot of pressure on Tony Top and the utilization of this parry. If he's not able to immune the Hextech ultimatum, he will probably just outright die to the 2 versus 1 on that top side. Barring some miracle outplay, it's going to be very difficult for him to survive.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that the sort of dream that you have as Golden Guardians is you need to find some way to keep Tony Top from being the focus. Again, Fiora seems like she's there to more be a win condition later on, to be able to keep everybody else moving around the map on Golden Guardians and force Supernova to answer this Fiora. So as long as you can get her into that around 20-minute mark without having her be focused down by Ariandel and Fire Theft, I think you've gotten away with it. But the question is, how do Golden Guardians keep Supernova from just walking up top?
They're obviously going to need the ability to keep track on this Twisted Fate. First of all, Ryoma is going to be tasked with forcing these waves under the turrets, so that if Ariandel forces or goes up to the top lane, that he's missing something for it, right? That's rule number 1, really, is that you want to punish roams at any given cost. Ryoma also going to be sort of looking at the most part at just following if possible, but Corki can wave clear, can shove in a wave incredibly quickly versus a Twisted Fate. He's also going to have things like the package coming up as well, which can turn a 2v2, 3v3 on that top side, and when TP starts to become unleashed as well, those plays on the top side of Summoner's Rift, side lanes, wherever they may be, are going to become slightly more daunting by nature of this Corki package making its way into the fray.
All right, well, I've thrown this one into full screen now, so we are well and truly getting this game underway. Supernova versus Golden Guardians Academy,
Yes.
a matchup that I have been hyped for since we started prepping for it even earlier today, since I found out that it was going to happen, and it seems like Supernova have prepped quite a bit as well. Golden Guardians and them are going to meet in the bot lane.
Okay, the level 1 flip.
Level 1 power of Nautilus is pretty darn nice. Chime is walking in, but he's gonna get stunned immediately. He hooks first, and the aftershock comes through, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Ends up going down, but Fire Theft gets traded back on a flash, is going to secure yet another kill, as we see Iconic going down, and Tony Top barely escapes under the tower, leaving Ryoma to die 3-1 in the favor of Supernova, and we haven't even hit a minute, Rude.
Yeah, Nautilus has got a good level 1 deer, but Jinx and Twisted Fate match it blow for blow right here. Jarvan with the Demacian standard as well gives everybody attack speed in that level 1 skirmish. Stuns coming through from Ariandel. Psycho with the rockets at range. That was a beautiful level 1 fight that puts them 1k out in front before the laning phase has even begun. Ariandel goes back to mid lane with a Dark Seal. Tony Top is going to be battling up against the Longsword. So is Iconic in the jungle matchup. This top side here for Supernova, the area of the map we expected them to be focusing out here, leaving the Jinx and Lulu on their own on the bot side, is already off to the races.
This is so good for Supernova and Golden Guardians, for a team that really did just have to survive during those early stages and move up to the team fights. Now, if they are just surviving, will arrive at those team fights farther and further behind. It's up to Iconic when I take a look at this, more so than it is Ryoma, Tony, or Stixxay, even Chime, to bring this back in. These plays that Golden Guardians now need to make to arrive at the team fights safely have to be started and finished by the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, it obviously puts a lot of pressure on Iconic, and just to quickly add insult to injury for Golden Guardians Academy, their 1 kill that they got went onto Chime, right? This Nautilus, granted, he's going to be roaming around with those boots a little bit earlier on, but you're going to be landlocked in that lane for the first few levels, and those boots aren't going to have nearly the same amount of impact as extra longsword damage coming through from Fire Theft, the Dark Seal, all of those things that we've mentioned previously. So this is already what should be a fairly rough early game for GGA, and now we get to see the sort of caliber, right? This is an academy team versus an amateur team. We are expecting, coming into this one, that Golden Guardians Academy will have the better of them, and now we get to see whether or not their comeback mechanics and playing from behind is something that they've got in their repertoire as well.
Yeah, Supernova may just throw us an upset before groups even start, or at least they've set themselves up for that. However, the remainder of this early game seems to have been pretty calm, and it makes sense. Supernova didn't have a whole lot of tools, especially before that level 6, to really break things out, and this is where I'm hoping that Ryoma can also show that he's a stable rock in the mid lane. A Corki that could otherwise be vulnerable to Jarvan ganks really has to manage his wave positioning and his own positioning well in order to keep well and truly farmed up, stay even with Ariandel until, like we know Ariandel is going to do, this Twisted Fate leaves the lane.
Yeah, and level 6 is about the time that we're expecting Supernova to start going for that here. Something as well to note from all those level 1 skirmishes is that flashes have been burned here as well, right? Tony Top, no flash. Ryoma, no flash. If these laners are caught out, that's going to be a big trouble.
If and sort of when Tony Top going to get stunned initially, and now the shield from Fire Theft may not be enough. It certainly was close, but the Camille ended up taking that kill, and Baco was there just in case it didn't go through. It was a nicely executed play from Supernova. Golden Guardians, with an uncharacteristically weak side top, are going to continue in this game.
Okay, so already getting another advantage over to Fire Theft here. Looking through, getting those kills, getting those snowballs going pre-level 6 is exactly what Supernova, sort of the dream situation for them, right? Touched on their level 6 being incredibly strong, but they don't have to wait until that moment. If their opportunities are presenting themselves, they are more than free to roam up, take the quick kill onto Tony Top and finish off the job, and hopefully now get Fire Theft into a position, Dia, where you talked about having spoken to MLBD, that they feel comfortable allowing this player to carry, right? This is a bit of an unknown quantity for you and I, but this is a player that the team has faith in, and this is the exact start that he would need to start showing us quite why.
And we already know that he's got so much pre-existing synergy with the team as well from ASU, and it really showed there with Baco just having his back if things had gone wrong. Even though I'm sure that Fire Theft felt confident, that same level of synergy can't be expected, especially this early on into the year, from everybody. But surely down on the bot side, it is being shown again as Pseudo and Baco group up with Psycho and Ariandel to try and take down Iconic in his own jungle. They force the flash, but with Baco going looking over the wall. The play should be over. Perhaps he's gone too far. Ryoma's on the flank, and Stixay's already laid in a bunch of damage. Lays in the CC as well, and with the Infernum, is simply shooing through Supernova in the jungle. Another 2 kills end up going the way of Golden Guardians Academy, and while one does get answered back by a cheeky Ariandel, things have evened up pretty darn significantly for the GGA squad.
Yeah, Chime feels a little bit bad there that they just got absolutely obliterated by a Stixay flash. Decides to give them a kill on back, but that was an absolutely miracle play by the Golden Guardians Academy squad. Baco extending just a little too far forward. That flag drag over the wall was the trigger that Stixay needed. He flashes forward, Infernum Q nets a 3-man route as well off the switch to the Gravitum, and then Ryoma wastes no time. Frostbomb onto 3 people. The Gatling gun is going, and he doesn't mind Valkyrying into 3 people when they've all got 10% HP. Finishes them off and knocks them down like a couple bowling pins.
Oh my god, there are 4 people in the top lane. Tony top. He is so dead. There's no time for that repose to come in before, but with the flash away, he almost gets out onto the tower. Fire Theft, though, more than comfortable tanking that one up, even though he's only level 5 right now. The numbers advantage was just too strong, dude.
There's something to be said about getting 4-manned on the top side about top lane, and the island has been inhabited at this point, unfortunately, for Tony Top. He's been ganked a couple times, has fallen to those ganks, but look at the CS numbers as well, dear. It is worth mentioning that despite these sort of attempted ganks on the top side, Fire Theft's still down. Tony Top still has that lead, or still has that advantage in the CS. Also worth pointing out that Psycho on the bot side of Summoner's Rift has missed out on a lot of gold to make that play happen, and Stixay, level 6 to the level 4 of the Jinx right now, should ding level 5 probably off the back of this massive wave that he's going to collect, but this Jinx is decidedly behind, and when Stixay's got 4 assists, granted they're not kills, but this Aphelios we know, we've seen through Season 11, can be a carry force, and again with all of the damage that is going to be coming out of a Corki as well, the teamfight damage that Golden Guardians Academy possess is obviously there, right?
Yeah, quite clearly. One of the things that was really standing out to me while we were checking in with our laners was the Ryoma farm differential as well. He was a little bit behind earlier, but we talked quite a bit about how this Corki needs to punish roams from Ariandel, and well, ultimately Supernova did get that kill. The fact is that this rock in the mid lane that we talked up earlier still very much does exist for Golden Guardians, and they're by no means out of the game. In fact, they're ever so slightly ahead of Supernova despite the 2 kills in Supernova's favor.
And as well, despite just TF passive existing, right? The fact that Twisted Fate just gets gold for last hitting at this point. The 60 gold, you get roughly 4 or 5 per minion. That's like 200 gold at this point that he's just got by being able to last hit his creeps. All of that currently on Stixay for Golden Guardians Academy. Those plates going down. They do need to be careful.
Psycho's dead. Psycho stepped a little bit too far forward. Now almost going to get knocked up by Iconic, but instead it is the re-assassination from Baco that keeps his AD carry safe and destroys Stixay. It's up to Iconic to survive for as long as he can. Unfortunately, that was only 2 or 3 seconds. With Ryoma down now with this package, I don't think that they're going to be able to clean this up, but Ryoma thinks otherwise. Jumps onto Ariandel, will get jumped onto himself, but picks up 1, almost 2 kills as Ariandel goes golden just in the nick of time to get away. Ryoma's still thinking about recommitting onto this. They've got the control ward, but I'm surprised that they got anything at all for that.
Yeah, nice package there. Just picked off the Supernova squad as they were retreating. Weren't quite a full 4-man there, so that package a little bit too just safe enough really to make that play worthwhile. Pseudo trying to hold this wave is going to be able to, it looks like, but Stixay may well catch him out to finish off the job. And
level 6 on Stixay as well. There goes the Moonlight Vigil.
Okay.
Pseudo 1 auto away from going down. Spooky stuff, but Stixay, whether or not he gets that kill, will collect the first tower of the game.
Are
and
you
this
sure?
is no small thing, or will he? He gets stunned. Insta cleanse though from Stixay. He's still up above that 0 HP mark for now, keeping himself in this game, and now finally collecting that tower though. I will say, I thought it was going to go over a lot earlier.
yeah, the power of destiny right there. They don't fully commit onto Stixay because they can see that Iconic is going to be roaming down through that river as well. And just quickly, I think we may have a little bit of time as Fire Theft is going to look for a little bit of a trade. Let's not forget, Stixay is an MSI finalist, right? This guy's been to places.
It's true. A lot of this roster quite experienced, but even with that, Supernova, we talked about their synergy already, have quite clearly gotten used to making plays around Ariandel as well. This heavy roaming style that he's brought comes right back into the mid lane, claps down on Ryoma, who now gets sent back to the gray screen, opening up the Rift Herald for the first time this game, and it's going to go to Supernova.
So plate's likely going to, or obviously going to be their reward, as well as this Rift Herald being able to take down that Bastion in the mid lane with Ryoma down, opens him up, or opens up Supernova to be able to collect this objective and snowball a little bit more off of it. The gold incredibly even here, dear. We said coming into this that Golden Guardians your likely favourites, but Supernova, they have put this early game exactly where they want it here and are going pretty much blow for blow in this one here. There's nothing to separate these two teams, and this is exactly the style of mid game I love to go into, because you get to see how the different styles of composition enact with one another.
And right now, I think the thing that's really drawing me in is that while I was expecting there to be sort of different ways that these teams would play things out, especially once GGA got the first tower, they've played it remarkably similarly, sending both AD carries into the mid lane. Normally, you and I were talking about this a little bit earlier, you would see if once that bot lane tower fell, your AD carry and support rotate up to the top side, try and collect even more gold, and it's finally happened, but my question is sort of, how is it that rotation has started to happen for Golden Guardians Academy, and why start in the mid lane?
It looks as though with, moving into, I guess, now up to this top side for them, Tony Top in trouble once again. This guy can't catch a break. I mean, he's absolutely fine this time, apparently.
That's pretty cool.
He flashed away to safety this time, so, flash is useful, guys. Rule 101. Is Firefet's going to do this? He's 1v3.
He's actually going in. There's a teleport on the allied tower as well. He could manage to turn this, but Chime steps right out of turret range and does manage to get the hook in to take him down. Ariandel can't take this 1v3 either, and I think you can think about diving this one more time. Stun does come in from Stick, saying the wave gets cleared, but instantly iconic flashes. Well, the hook from Chime misses. It simply does not matter, as it's 1v3 up there, and not a whole lot can save you from that.
This time round, on the backside of the play, it is Supernova who falter here a little bit. Normally, if they've been making a play on one side of the map, they've been able to lose gracefully on the other. This time they do lose out on two players, and the top tier one is actually going to stay alive. That plating doing just enough for Firetheft to be able to TP back here. But it's worth noting, look at what they got on the bot lane. Two turrets go down with that Rift Herald. More gold pumped into Psycho on this Jinx. Yes, it's split between three players. And as well as that, Ryoma is going to be able to collect this mid lane tier 1 turret. Nobody there to respond to that one. That's a lot of isolated gold going onto this Corki, who it looks as though, with the Corefield's Warhammer in inventory, we'll be going through one of the newer style builds here, likely to build into what could be a Ravenous Hydra here, and then one of those more, there we go, there's the team out to confirm. You see this build go into a Ludens as well, which is incredibly obnoxious in terms of poke.
And that's really nice for Golden Guardians, who as of right now seem to be wanting to keep their distance more so than anything. Where Supernova are the ones to start the play, it is often Golden Guardians that are losing. I'd say the exception, perhaps, was in the top side, where we saw the multiple TPs go off. But for the moment, as we've hit this 13-minute mark, Ryoma gets to jump right back into that mid lane, continue clearing waves, continue protecting the tower, and as long as he doesn't get jumped on by Ariandel, you've got a whole lot of lanes going in your favor right now as GGA, because realistically, Supernova are running around the map as 5 people, and they haven't been able to find a play yet.
Not quite. TP is available for Tony Top as well, so if there's a play to happen, he can join the squad.
Golden Guardians are starting this. A very nice hook lands onto Bako, and the package does take Ryoma to safety over the wall. Bako finally gets finished off by the last auto from Stick. I did not expect that one to come in, and I think neither did he. Well, Iconic and Chime make sure that no one from Supernova thinks about turning around. They'll collect just the 300 gold, but it's symbolic of much, much more, Rudude. It's a turning point in the game.
It is. They're recognizing that they too can take these big team fights. It's actually the Swag Gale Force from Stixay that finishes off Bako from over the wall there to collect the kill. If they can group up in these 5v5s and find these fights, yes, your Fiora is great in a side lane, but the fact that she's winning in the team fights as well signifies the lead that this Fiora somehow has here. Supernova expending a lot of resources to try and shut down Tony Top, and still finding agency in this game is something that is sort of against the plan here from Supernova. Of course, now Drake spawning in roughly 5 to 10 seconds. It looks like we're going to see a big scrap down here. Everybody from GGA already in position, and it looks like Supernova are going to do the exact same thing.
Firetheft can't catch out Tony Top this time. He's got the backup of his team, and, well, we did see that little mind game played with the Camille Fiora. No stun's going to come through, and ultimately it leaves Supernova without access to this fight. With Chime coming in, they've got engaged where Supernova do not, and this hook would start the team fight once and for all. Dragons going low, 700, and now the smite comes in for Iconic. Bako throws down the Cataclysm, but he's being focused from the entire backline of Golden Guardians Academy, making their way through one, making their way through a second, and in the front line, Chime and Iconic were more than comfortable tanking it all up for Ryoma and Stixay to carry them from the back.
Repositioned flash from Stixay was beautiful here. They're going to get away. No. Okay, that's another one.
Really? That was, you know what? That was unfortunate. We'll chalk that one up to bad luck.
we can give them one bad look for that one, but GGA in the team fight here, this is the power of their Corky poke coming through. A couple rockets started off that team fight, and even just the slight chunks down to 70-80% HP was enough to turn the tides of that fight so that Supernova, they can never feel truly comfortable trying to find that engage. They can never be in a position of sitting with 100% confidence to start that initiation. And you sort of see it right there, that when they do find the fight, yes, there's a great combo of the Cataclysm into the Wild Growth to buy a couple seconds of knocked up carries. After that, you're relying on a Jinx on just one item, not even the Zeal finished on the second yet. And that is not the damage profile that you're looking for. Compared to Ryoma, compared to Stixay, in these 5v5s where they've both got 2 items, it's not going to be anywhere near close. Now, saving grace, I suppose, here is that the Rift Herald is going to go over for Supernova. They will be able to collect it, but once again, look at the wave states here. You can see Tony Top on the bot lane, forcing in that wave, making sure that there's going to be, again, creeps denied. Mid lane, a similar type of story. This wave getting shepherded into the turret by Chime, and now a 5-man effort from Golden Guardians Academy down onto the bot side to make sure that nobody's collecting that bot wave.
Yeah, this is just a constant denial of resources that's coming with this sort of play from Golden Guardians as well. You're shoving the waves in and making sure that, wow, not only do the minions get deleted, but so do the enemy towers. Stixay and Tony Top just absolutely decimated tier 2. However, we gotta say, objective bounties are coming in, so Fire Theft does get a little bit more gold. Let's see if it saves Psycho.
It looks like Pseudo won't be saved. That's just a quick hook.
Oh, it's really nice Wild Growth. Ult's gonna come in. Pseudo doesn't go down to it, but instead, it's Bako that's in quite a bit of trouble. Iconic's waiting for the cooldown to come back up off of the Audacious Charge, but, well, he runs that one down. Everybody from Supernova is on the retreat away from what we know is a singular Xin Zhao running him down. Ryoma and Stixay very much on the way, however, and now looking at this delicious mid-tier 2 tower that Ariandel cannot defend alone.
No, wave clear from the Twisted Fate. Unfortunately, not there. Everfrost, the only form of magic damage that he has right now, and obviously that's going to make those wild cards not quite dish out the DPS that they're hoping for onto the wave. And of course, the composition of Supernova here itself, just missing that heavy-hitting AP source. Twisted Fate, don't get me wrong, a great champion, and Ariandel has been playing this early game and mid game fairly well here to get the team the leads that they were looking for, but unfortunately he's not been able to, he's just not going to be able to pick up the DPS, that hard, heavy-hitting magic damage. This isn't a Rabadon, this isn't a Syndra that's going to be, you know, rattling out the damage. It's just not quite there for them, and as you see the wave starting to fall, for now, we're looking to see what Golden Guardians are going to look to accomplish. Baron isn't even up on Summoner's Rift yet, dear, and already, just seemingly off the back of 1 or 2 small skirmishes, GGA have ballooned this gold lead up to a 5k point, and they're going to be feeling incredibly confident with this composition that they've seemed to have just morphed into a team fight one. Yes, Tony Top seems fine to go into a side lane on his own, but spares no expense if he needs to burn the TP in here. So long as you're fighting around Ryoma and Stixay, those leads are so palpable between the mid and ADCs that you can take any fight you so desire.
You know, one of the big things that surprises me about where Golden Guardians are isn't even necessarily their gold lead, but the fact that it comes with the Dragons. Now, question is, does it come with the team fights? As instantly, if I get started on a chime, but as he goes golden, once again, Fire Theft will fall, and Baco, left in that front line, will be melted, will be decimated, and will join the rest of Supernova as they implode into a Dark Star, sending Golden Guardians Academy right on over to the Baron. Nobody to challenge them, and this 5k gold lead is turning into so much more, dude.
It was a great early game by Supernova, but little by little it has unfortunately slipped away from them. The Baron now going to go over. Those double TPs that we talked about were fully expended, fully utilized to their maximum capacity, and yes, you may think that you've caught somebody out. Unfortunately, when there are double TPs to contend with, that was not the case. I mean, the fact that nobody died from Golden Guardians Academy, honestly, just a credit to how fast the team are on the trigger and trying to get those responses down, as well as the Baron Deer. We have a little bit of time now to sort of suggest, hey, maybe there's a bit of a soul effort going on as well for GGA. The Drake is going to be taken without contest here. There's a package on Ryoma, and as well as that, there is just distinct amounts of gold, distinct amounts of level leads, and I'm not too sure what's going on right here, because yeah,
everybody from Supernova just showed on vision going up towards topside. Let's not forget, Golden Guardians have the Baron and also the Dragon and all of their waves pushing in both the mid and the bot lane. This could very well could be the final decision that undoes Supernova unless Ariandel can get back and they can pull off a miracle of a team fight. First inhibitor tower going to go down in the mid lane. Second going to fall very shortly in the bot lane, and almost a permanent crippling of the base. I say it, a permanent crippling of the base, given over by Supernova. Now, potentially, the end of the game as Chime hooks in like Spider-Man, but metallic. Instead, though, the catch did come back onto Ryoma as he flashes away. He saves his own life, and his team still fighting it out. Manages to chunk out Ariandel, but with Stixay so low, you've got no backline on Golden Guardians Academy. Iconic, however, undeterred,
Psycho
jumps right back in with that audacious charge. Doesn't look like he's going to get a kill. And Golden Guardians are going to have to come back and fight this one out another day with Ariandel jumping around and Tony Top, the last one to fall in this team fight, we would think.
You might actually get away here. Baco has no mana, and that is going to be the Fiora slipping away. But you asked for a miracle fight, dear. They somehow, they found it. Yeah, that was a really good pick. Ariandel actually just starting off the fight with that rapid fire gold card, put himself in a little bit of a precarious position to find the Everfrost, but it managed to work out well. There was actually a really clutch Xin Zhao ultimate from Iconic here. The Crescent Guard prevented the Jarvan Flag and Drag from knocking up Ryoma and making him just one-shot immediately. So it was a good mitigating factor. Ultimately, they still lost out on the play, but they got the 2 inhibitors, right? The job was done before they even took that team fight. If they'd have won it, it would have been icing on the cake, but they'd already made the cake at that point. They were already happy, set where they are. For the GGA roster now, it becomes incredibly easy to play out the rest of this game. We have 2 inhibitors down, mid lane and bot lane. Guess what? We're going to go to top lane. We're going to let Super Minions do the hard work and make you force the play. Ariandel, with this twisted fate here, needs to keep on looking for those picks. Eyes on that rapid fire cannon range to see if he can pick out Ryoma or Stixay. Just a little too overextended.
I do love seeing a Twisted Fate use the ultimate in combat, especially in late game team fights as well. That was a fight that Golden Guardians started that then got turned on its head, not just by great play from, actually almost solely by great play from him, but now we're going to see it happen again. We got the Super Mega Death Rock coming out, but oh my lord, the Infernum is disgusting. Double Cataclysm comes in from Baco, but unfortunately he's got absolutely zero backup, and Tony Top may just escape as well. Fire Theft is running after him. See if the riposte is up. Jumps away. And now finally gets that riposte. Tony Top is going to survive. The rock in the top lane turns into so much more. And Golden Guardians Academy will be the team to qualify for groups off of this best of 1. GG's to Supernova.
That was the rock in the top lane, honestly. Tony Top received so much harassment. The bullying that Supernova did on him in the early stages of the game was unparalleled, honestly, by many things that I have seen in the League of Legends game. And for him to still manage to come away with what is a 6.5 KDA overall here, consistently being able to be a force in these team fights and just be that distraction, very well played. The weak side really was played to a T. And then in that final team fight as well, we have to shout out Stixay because that one Infernum ulti changed the course of the fight.
God.
Psycho was positioned beautifully. He'd got a wall between him and the enemies. He'd got the lethal tempo range with Jinx, Lulu, rockets racketing damage from left, right, and center. All of a sudden, Infernum ult comes down, and the fight is just changed here. The Jinx goes from 70-80% HP to less than 10, and then Tony Top wastes no time, gets on into the backline, finishes off the job, finishes off the game here. And as you quite rightly mentioned, Dia, that is going to be Golden Guardians Academy that put themselves into the group stages here of the Unified Proving Grounds Circuit qualifiers already. But Supernova for them, they've still got 2 more chances at this. 3-2 is the record that you need. You need a minimum of 3 wins. Obviously, more than that puts you better in terms of seeding for the group stages. But for the time being, at least, Golden Guardians Academy are going to go through.
Yeah, and I mean, Supernova are gonna make it, because I was actually thinking about asking, can I swear on here?
Yeah, it's my stream. Go for it.
All right, awesome. Yep. I don't know if I need to anymore, but like when I think of it, it's just like, oh my lord, that was actually such a good game from both sides, because Golden Guardians Academy made that look really convincing. Towards the end of the game, Supernova's level 1 plan, level 3 plan, I mean, all the way up until even level 7, it looked like they were in control. And the early game that I wouldn't have expected from their composition ended up really shining through even before Ariandel hit that level 6. You can see their strength, and well, Golden Guardians may have been able to overcome it. I don't suspect that a whole lot of teams will.
This was clearly an academy team, right? You could see the prestige, right? The way that Tony Top was able to lose gracefully on the top side. Yes, he died a couple of times, but Ryoma punished every single roam. You can see that in the CS numbers. The fact that if we'd have checked in, and I was looking at it, didn't have the time to mention it, but you can see it in the end game screen right here. Stixay level 14 versus Psycho's level 11. They were constantly punishing, regardless of the fact that those plays were going wrong on the top side. They were making things go well on the bot side for them. And ultimately, this Fedophilios was one of the determining features that changed the game and was able to win out this match for them.
You know, the lane of Stixay and Chime, just sort of as a thought going forward into the tournament, was also a pretty big surprise to me, because I didn't expect them to be ahead. When I thought about Stixay and Chime in the context of sort of what Golden Guardians Academy is going to be in 2022, my thought was that they were going to be the guys who did all right in the bot lane, and then Stixay would get to pop off in the team fights. Chime would roam around quite a bit, get stuff happening, but that wasn't what happened in this game. And it's not to say that it can't happen, but what we got to see was a different side of Golden Guardians Academy than what I might have expected running into this season, because they weren't sort of that insurance policy. Stixay wasn't waiting until he was at 3 items to do stuff. He was getting ahead in lane, and Chime was helping him do it. Chime wasn't off in top lane most of the time, though we did see him occasionally, and rightfully so. It was very much, I would say, them as the lane that really had pressure before anyone else, and it turned into Ryoma and Iconic being able to do stuff. But it started with Stixay and Chime in a very unorthodox way.
Yeah, and again, a little bit of that does come from Pseudo's roams, and maybe a little bit of an issue, not an issue, but sort of a backfire of this ASU synergy that they've got, right? Like, Arizona State U had a team that fielded Pseudo, Baco, and 5F, for those of you that don't know. So this is a team with 3 players, Dia touched on it in the match, that are all very familiar with one another. And maybe Pseudo's willingness to roam up to that top side, leave Seiko a little bit on the island, could have been what caused that to sort of subside in this issue. And if that's something that Supernova can address a little bit later on, that's obviously something that, from a loss like this, I think that's something that's so valuable for these amateur teams going up against an academy team, is you learn so much about the small mistakes that you make that can be punished.
Let me find this. What's their next matchup? What's Supernova's next matchup?
We don't know yet. So the power of we need to see what other results are, and then they need to be seeded. We can bring it down a notch
Okay.
now if you fancy here. We've post-gamed, so we'll go back to cool, calm, having a chat style. And I know that you're a little bit pressed for time here, so if you need to hop out, then you feel free to do so as and when.
Yeah. I mean, I'll pop out soon. We got about another 15 minutes to just vibe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm organizing some VODs from the past week so that I can
Okay.
reference them later, so they don't get lost to time, as so often happens in amateur.
Proof. Yes, I'm going to be covering other games. I believe that if Maryville aren't being streamed, then I'm going to be doing the Maryville games. At least for game number 4, so game 2 for today. We just wanted to get this Super Nova game on because it was the only one that hadn't been streamed of the teams that were 2-0. Yes, that was the correct sentence of words, correct string of words by me. Well done.
Were you baking today, Rude Dude? You
Was
gotta.
It's like this is like an icon of the Rude Dude Productions right now. Honestly, no, I wasn't baking today. In answer to your question, but yeah, this just exists here. Unfortunately, this is like a bit of a storeroom, I guess. But yeah, I moved in here for the what did I move in here for? For the quiet. That's it.
Yeah. And hey, you since you've got the stuff, and it muffles your voice.
Oh, good. Can I speak into that and start going?
It's good, right? Because otherwise, like, you'll talk and it'll echo. I had that problem when I first moved into this place because we had nothing, and so I had to put a bunch of foam on the walls.
Oh yeah.
That it wouldn't just Middlecott. In case you wanted to make cookies midstream, you should do that.
Have you met Middlecott before?
Have I met, like, in person?
No, not in person, but like, have you interacted? We're casters. When we say met, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that yes or no? I'm sorry.
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know. You two are like the other. What's it better, a Shure SM7B or a KitchenAid? You know what? It's a great question. I actually bought a new mic that I'm not using. It's a Shure mic that I've not got set up yet.
Oh yeah.
Because I was waiting for an adapter.
Do you have the? I mean,
It arrived literally today, so I haven't set it up
Okay.
yet. But I knew I had this going on, so I wanted to make sure everything was okay. Stick to what I know, but hopefully tomorrow I'll be set up with a new fancy mic.
Okay, I like it.
But to quickly preface, for those of you that are sort of sat question marking what's going on, thank you, Proof, as well for the updates. We're waiting on other games to be played on the Unified channel. Well, I can actually co-stream these. I forgot. They've given me permission to co-stream, so I can just whip up the games, see what's going on.
That sounds sick.
That's pretty cool. Where are they?
Let's do it.
There they are. Okay.
I don't feel like anything needs to be changed.
Let me. Oh, are they only just starting? Oh, damn. Okay. It looks like their game is only just. Do you know what? That's great. What do you mind, dear, if I pull in Middlecox? He's going to be joining me for the other games.
No, go for it.
You can join it. You can stay. Please feel free.
Yeah. I'll stick around for a little while. I'm bothering the production over at Unified.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna pull Middlecott in now. Hello there, sir.
Whoa.
Welcome to NA Amateur.
Whoa. It
It's
feels so professional.
great to have you here. Let me put on the game that is happening. You two talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna be putting on the stream for the stream.
Hello.
You know.
So you put up with Rude Dude as well?
I do. It's on
Nice.
occasion.
It's
Yeah.
a thankless task, really.
I will never thank you, and that's a promise.
It's true. It's true.
Yes, hello, chat. As you can tell, I am unfortunately afflicted with British.
Yeah.
We'll try and move past it.
It's the new
shown people
variation of
a lot of
Omicron.
Middlecott, do you have Parsec, right?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Let me send you
this.
my info.
Oh, the deeps.
Wait,
Okay.
how
Yeah.
long? Wait, this is a 23-minute game, and AOE are decimating.
It looks like it.
Wait, this is insane. Why is there no bottom thing so I can see who's carrying the most?
It's a great question. It's a very good question.
What do you think? Oh my god, did you see that rocket, bro? Oh my god.
The big
That
one,
was
baby.
horrific. All right, GG's AoE.
That was
well
it.
done.
That was okay. So EGP getting kind of bean boozled there. We got to see the end of that. Well, that's great. We, let's do the other one now. The one that's just barely starting.
Where
Boom.
this is at. God, DJ's handsome. Oh my god, yes, Hawk, please.
These guys are
All right.
Smurfs. We look
Yeah,
okay.
true.
I'm just co-streaming now. Let me change the title so that I'm not just leeching.
Oh, can you your parsec details as well?
Yep. There's only a few things that my brain's capable of at a
No,
time.
you're producing, therefore you have to do a million things at once.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. What is my thing? It is. Oh, well, that's your thing, dear. Don't think I want yours. Where do I find mine?
What? What are you looking for?
I'm looking for my thing to. Oh, there it is. I found it. Don't worry.
Oh, I'm very stupid. It's Rude Dude 1, of course.
Yeah,
Oh, on Twitter? Yeah. Did you just capture
I did.
with snipping tool? Why?
Why wouldn't I?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Why wouldn't you? I can think of a million reasons why you wouldn't.
Oh.
Why would you?
What is wrong with snipping tool? What's
I
the
just don't
issue?
understand. Why did he take a picture of his screen?
Because then I'd have to edit that after.
What are you having to edit? What are you editing?
Because I only need a small snippet of a small part of my screen. I'm not.
I'm losing something. I'm missing something absolutely gigantic here. Wait, are they getting into the thing?
They're in game now. This is the first game.
Oh my god, that was pre-game.
Yes, that
That's
was the
crazy.
draft.
That's insane. All right, well, let's see. Here's what would be fun. Middlecott, you and I,
Yeah.
we can tell Rudude how this draft works, and then
I don't want to do that.
and then we'll
don't
see
wanna
how
do
upset
that.
he gets. All right. It's up to you, Middlecott. You take what is this? Blue side. What do Jace, Talon, Jungle, Victor, Jin, and Rakan do?
Well, Rakan is Q, is Gleaming Quill. He fires out a medium range skill shot that went in.
We're reading off the wiki page. Okay, I see.
Now, but what I'm seeing, Maryville, they got a load of utility on that bot side that Jin can pop off and do a fair bit of damage, particularly when there isn't something like a Maokai on 100 Thieves, but the Renekton and the Leona are going to be fairly tanky, which means that the DPS maybe isn't going to come through, so you have to play that very carefully. Getting to Sword and Array can be quite difficult if Shady isn't able to find the engages, so I think Maryville will probably just want to play through this top side, try and absolutely stomp down onto Sniper and Fnatic, but again, they're playing some strong early game champions as well, so I think fundamentally, Maryville, it's just draft if they can't win this.
It's probably true. I'm actually really excited to see. I'm really excited to see Sniper. I have a genuine question for both of you. Why do both of these teams hate Engage? Somebody, why is that? They only have their supports. Why? Why would you do this?
Okay, so you don't want to draft engage too much. Or like top lane drafting engage typically means drafting tanks, and that's just not a thing that you can do anymore. That's just.
Wait a minute. We all saw that, right?
Yeah,
We all saw that. Right?
No. In Niles' defense, in his defense, he was going for the creeps. He mistimed it, but he was going for the creeps. He didn't miss. Okay.
I
We
thought
can
it was BM.
no. We can give a bit of context. So this top lane matchup is actually going to be. This is maybe the most entertaining top matchup that we've had the entirety of OQs just yet, because Sniper is the younger brother of Viper, as well
This
as
is General Sniper.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. This is General Sniper.
Is that the guy that's been 13 for the last 5 years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know, Middlecott? He has the same birthday as my anniversary.
Oh, Nice, nice.
I didn't think that was going to come up, but I'm glad somehow it did.
Well, that's how you remember it.
Yeah, this is
My sister's birthday is the same day as
right.
Winter's
Please say your birthday.
No, not the same as my birthday. No, it's same as Winter. He played on Resolve and.
Oh, okay, yeah.
stuff, so
That's cool.
That's how I remember it.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, we'll get rid of top lane lore. It doesn't matter what these two top laners are all about. We talk about birthdays. Okay, so the numbers, by the way, is Get Back. That's the name of that guy. He's got a load of numbers. The mid laner for Maryville is Get Back. He had a dirty victory yesterday. I got to see that one. He pretty much carried the entirety of Maryville. Not that they needed carrying in that game, I will say, but he was just quite happy to roll up and be like, "Hey, I'll be the one this game," you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take the game. But anyway, this top lane matchup, okay? Niles is former LCS player, okay? Big if true. Actually, just a very strong top laner, was sort of been on Maryville previously and now has come back to his home, essentially. General Sniper, this sort of NA prodigy that people are hyping up to be potentially just the best top laner in North America in a couple of years, LCS ready, you know, just getting his practice in right now. So this is, I'm very excited to see how this one goes, and this is actually the first time I've actually seen Sniper play. So already, they're looking to maybe put a little bit of stock into him. I mean, 100 Thieves, I think Papa Smithy said, and I may be misquoting, so it's a paraphrase, there we go, that like Sniper was the biggest move of the off-season for them, including their LCS team. Like, in terms of the 100 Thieves org.
That's 100% true.
Fair enough, yeah.
Okay, good.
Young talent is something that it's very hard to, like, nurture properly, right? Like, there's so many players that they've had, like, a split or two in amateur or academy or over in Europe in the ERL system that they've got over there. And then they kind of fall off a little bit. But I think, obviously, 100 Thieves has kind of been known for their development of players, right? And obviously, because he's got family members who have played in LCS, he's in a bit of a better position to make that step up and go on and be that strong player. The fact that he's very good as Riven as well, I think is another good thing for him.
Oh, they got that knockout.
It's very important. I don't think you can play LCS as an NA top laner and not be good at Riven.
Well,
it is. Go ahead, man. You're gonna say what I'm gonna say.
I've a little bit of a self plug here. I hope you don't mind. But I did a talk show recently where I was talking to a load of ERL coaches, just sort of below LEC and stuff. And something I got from them is that when they're scouting players, if you can play a mechanically intensive champion like a Yone or a Riven to high LP challenger, that is worth so much more to them than if you're playing something like a Malphite or a Maokai, right? Because not only are you able to nail down the micro, you're able to macro to a decent level too.
My
And that means
God.
that when you are playing stuff like the Renekton, which is maybe a bit less mechanically intensive, your fundamentals are really, really good.
That was like never more perfectly exemplified than what we just saw on screen. Did you see that?
Yeah.
That was incredible. I can't believe he got out of that.
It's because Sniper has spent the last sort of 4 or 5 years having to outplay to be as good as he is. And so when you put him on Renekton, who like just plays himself, he could do things that, well, no one else really can.
That was so crazy, actually. Oh my lord, why are we flashing here? What is going on?
Dombray's on a journey.
He is. He's
having a good
doing
time.
things.
I love Donbray. He was the first NA pro that added me back on my account.
That's nice.
That's actually pretty massive.
So there we go. Big Donbray
Where's
stand right
RBM,
here.
by the way? Speaking of,
He retired.
Yeah.
dang, feels bad.
He's a TFT gamer now.
Is that true? People play TFT.
Yeah, a lot of people play
Big if
TFT.
true.
It's a lot of fun, to be honest. I think Riot have worked out like how to balance the sets in a way that makes it fun.
That's fair. I respect that.
Oh my word.
Okay, he's not gonna die to a dragon.
Jesus. That was a tad bit close. Anyway.
It was, but ultimately worth it.
Okay,
I want to see my first Chemtech dragon on stage.
Chemtech Soul.
Like Soul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to see how the teams react.
League of Sniper not dying, by the way.
He's being a good sponge right now.
He's actually just insane.
Ooh. He's
Might be season
dead.
blood in a minute.
Just let Fnatic walk up to this.
He's
Just let
ooh.
Fnatic walk up to this. Oh my! Oh, he leveled
Yeah.
up.
okay. Yeah, I mean, he was going to die there regardless. The fact that it was so close to almost getting one of 100x is... It's a little bit bad on their part, honestly. But they get the kill. Like, it's whatever.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
The ends
They got-
justify the
no one
means.
died, it was a-
Yeah,
it was an
yeah,
extra
yeah.
play, That's how it works.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Shady soloing Herald. That's what we love to see.
We
Oh.
should cast LCS like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're co-streaming.
really?
We're not
Uh,
casting.
I've just noticed looking at the screen share, but it's actually 4 degrees colder where you are than where it is for me.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, God.
just realised
Must
that
be
if I
nice
say-
being in the Sahara
I've just realised
Desert.
that if I say it's 3 degrees, then everyone who's watching this stream will go, "No, it isn't."
What does 3 degrees mean? Sorry. Okay,
Sorry,
that's...
I don't understand Fahrenheit. Let's just say it's always -40, because then that's right in Celsius and Fahrenheit.
True.
It'd be a horrible planet to live on, but at least our thermometers will all be correct all the time. It's a
Mm-hmm.
small price to pay.
Small price to pay. That's what I heard.
Wait, Donbray?
He's fine.
He
Dear,
doesn't have flash up.
level 5 Leona is absolutely goated, okay?
It's because Eclipse is a disgusting ability that should never have existed.
Correct.
It's like 80 armor and MR or something like that.
I don't know the numbers, but it
Something
just makes her
horrific like that.
scary.
Too much.
Yeah.
There are certain abilities that you don't need to know the numbers of, and Eclipse
Yeah.
is one of
It's
them.
basically
loads,
Kale
yeah.
Ultimate.
Yeah.
It's very disgusting how much resistances she has access to.
Yeah.
Eclipse
Let's
becomes... Leona becomes immune for 5 seconds.
It's basically
So
that.
I've just checked. Yeah, at max rank, it's 35 flat armor and magic resist plus 25% of your bonus
Hmm.
resistances, plus a 24 flat damage reduction.
Nice.
Which is flat damage reduction is honestly the most underrated thing.
It's because so
Absolutely
few people have
You
it,
don't
right?
like factor it in like
A
Fizz, I
Moo
think
Moo.
Fizz has got it on his passive.
Yeah.
The Moo Moo's got it as well.
Did you see the clip of the new champion hitting a Moo Moo?
No, I did not.
There's,
No.
you know how the new champ does like 6 attacks with her Q, right? And that's like your main
Yeah.
source of DPS.
One shots herself with a thorn mail.
Well, essentially, but it was more so just that with a chain vest and a cloth armor, the Amumu literally took 0 damage.
That's awesome.
from this new champ.
I
So
don't understand why people complain about like season 11, season 12 champions.
yeah, Amumu's so
When
broken.
the old ones are just such stat sticks that it doesn't matter.
True.
Like, whoa, you've got 3 passes and 2 forms on your queue. Ha, unfortunately, Trundle exists.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
True,
unfortunately,
it's true.
Renekton exists as well.
Yeah. That
Snipers 2-0, boys. This is
GG.
it's the NA dream. It's the NA dream right now.
I want to say Sniper should be 2-2, but
Okay.
he's just too good. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saylike? Like
Ah, okay.
an
A worse
inferior
top
laner
laner.
would be 2-2 right now. Yeah, exactly.
I see.
I would be 2-2 right now.
Yeah, dear, the game would be
Well,
over.
yeah, let's not pretend you'd have that first 2, okay? Let's-
Oh Lord! All right. Whew.
a little bit
I enjoyed
spicy.
the fantasy while it lasted.
Pretty snazzy as well that Array's doing so well on this bot side.
Mm,
he's
Could've
he's
missed
doing
that,
very well on the bot side. In
Yeah,
fact,
like
yeah.
Jin's a pretty nice matchup, and I believe that Rakan into Leona isn't as bad as it used to be. I remember it used to be like pretty garbage, but I don't know how that matchup has changed.
I don't think it ever got better. I just think people sort of went. It's like people have started taking Leona into Thresh now, and it's just like we don't care that
Yeah.
Leona gets countered by Thresh because Leona does so much else otherwise, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, oh great, you know, in a 2v2, if Rakan jumps in, he's going to get pummeled by a Leona. Well, guess what? I'm just not going to jump in, and then in team fights, I'm still going to do Rakan things.
Well, you just don't 2v2 at that point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm not going to 2v2, and we'll just. And you're seeing that in the CS, to be fair, right? Like, he's not 2v2ing, so Array's just getting free farm. But they've got, what, so one Drake from Maryville, one Herald as well. So they are getting the neutrals for the best part. Okay, well, Drake just fell.
Creed in the chat.
Mhm.
Yes.
And to say as well, I also don't know that they'll be on this stream. So
It's true.
I can't guarantee that they'll be here. We need to wait for this game to wrap up before I think they can do any of the other seedings.
Yeah, which is why we're.
They're like,
Wait,
yeah.
Is that Creed Bratton from The Office?
I don't think so.
Holy shit!
Could be.
He strikes me as a League of Legends player.
I don't know
Definitely
who
a
this.
Trendemir one trick.
Don't know who this person
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
Have you not seen The Office?
No.
I mean, neither have I, but I'd at least pretend to.
I respect that.
Never have done. Probably never will do. Honestly.
It's pop culture. Well, see, I couldn't not watch anime and then also not watch network TV comedy shows. I had to pick one
Ah, okay.
to watch. And I'm sorry, I just don't vibe with cartoons.
That's fair. Okay, Array is just... this is actually going to be a very interesting game. Array is total gold up for 100x, and then Get Back is styling on Victor. So this is going to be a duel between those two. Despite the fact that Sniper's got 2 kills, he's not got plates. And Array has just got an entire turret to himself.
Yeah, he does. Look at his boots.
Yeah.
They're
I knew exactly where you were going the second you said it. That's why I was just immediately
Yeah.
Immediately
I was like,
deflated.
just don't engage. Just don't.
It's a reasonable thing to do.
If I say nothing, maybe he'll forget.
Probably. I am worried though for Maryville. Like,
Same.
there isn't a lot of engage, like we've already said. The big thing that's going to be standing in your way is 2 and 0. And
Sniper.
it's so difficult to actually get on top of the Corki and the Jinx. And they're getting the second Herald.
Alright. I'm actually full spectator mode this game. Sorry. I am not this is not good content. Oh dear. They're dead.
You've just described
fine
every single
content.
co-stream.
Well, there we go.
Do you want to co-stream like Great British Bake Off or something?
I want to keep my Twitch channel, actually.
That's fair.
Actually, as long as Gordon Ramsay's not on the Great British Bake Off, I think I'll be fine.
Yeah,
Isn't that how it works?
I'm not going to pretend to know how it works.
Yeah, me either. They're just getting... Maryville are just getting sort of gapped on the map right now, unfortunately. They're losing everything.
What do you think about Sword going for the Immortal Shield Bow here?
Makes a lot of sense. If he's going to die, it's because Talon gets on his booty.
Yeah. I think you are absolutely fine sacrificing damage here.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I can... He's going to have to play well. Like, Sword now has to play very well because if he gets poked out, which was a very big concern that I had when looking at what 100x would have to do versus this Maryville comp, because there are Jace plus Jhin, which is a lethal poke composition, plus lasers actually have a deceptively long range if Get Back is styling. So there's a world where this shield bow, and I expect to see it just once this game, where shield bow does nothing because he dies from range, and that's when shield bow kind of sucks. Because you just don't get the instant impact on it, and like people just wait out the shield. Well, like Talon doesn't have that luxury, but a Jhin with 4 shots and a Jace just does. Like you pop shield bow with a shock blast. Oh, banter.
Yeah, very banter.
That was a good cleanse from Evan. Holy.
Oh.
But Sniper's just a massive Renekton right now.
You just can't do anything against him. Like
You're tickling him. I think Evan fired 5 autos into him, and he was...
Oh, Lord, that hurt. You saw that come in from the side?
Yeah.
I'm out! I've escaped!
I did it, Dad. I made it. Let's go, team. Oh, no, never mind. Rapid fire cannon, that's what got it. Actually, that's crazy. Look at this cleanse. Oh, and I'm out of there. Like, look at how many autos Evan puts into the Renekton. Okay, 1. Q. Okay, it was actually just 2 autos, never mind.
Oh my lord. Yeah, Shady just wants to tend the rabbits. He just wants
Look
to
at this,
tend the
look at
rabbits.
He
Oof.
dodges the. Oh God, what a terrible state of events for him. All right, I'm gonna go grab some dinner with my sister.
You go
I'll
ahead.
see you lads later. I hope you have an excellent day, Middlecott. May the tenacity of the gods be with you.
Wow.
And
And with you.
Wow. What's my send off? Oh,
have a good day, Rudy.
thank
I'll-
you. Cheers. Appreciate that.
I'll see you guys later.
Yeah, your battle against the forces of evil, Rude, dude.
Oh, lovely.
No hope for that one.
Okay. So Middlecott's going to be joining me for. How long are you staying up for?
Well, I spoke to my dad, because he's in the adjacent room, and he says that I actually don't get too loud when I cast.
Oh, okay.
I think he's wrong, and he's going to be banging on my door at sort of 2 o'clock in the morning. But he's
Yeah.
already agreed to let me cast this, so yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Okay. Well, I
Super
think.
serious caster that has to get his dad's permission.
Shh. It's okay. We weren't going to address it, and then you addressed it. So I don't know what to
I like
tell
being
you.
honest. I like
That's
being honest.
true. I liked the tweet you put out of the nice message that somebody put you as well. That felt genuine.
That's nice. Yeah, no, it really was. Like to get a little soapboxy here. I'm very sorry, everyone. But I think it's important that for mental health that you show stuff like that because. Oh,
No, it is.
that
Okay.
sucks.
I thought Niles was inting. It turned out that Niles was actually 7,000 IQ gigabaiting.
Yes.
Also, Shady was very good.
His Khan Jungle, that Rush used to be called that, didn't he?
He
Used
did.
to be his one of his solo QIDs.
Correct. No longer. I miss Rush.
Yeah. I feel like he wasn't actually in the scene for very long.
He wasn't. He did. He was on.
like 18 months or something.
He was on TIP, C9, and then despawned.
Yeah. He was so cracked. Absolutely loved watching him.
I did as well.
Just
The
go
Lee
for,
Sin,
like,
his
double
Lee
A's
Sin
and
were
shit.
great.
His Lee Sin
Yeah.
was absolutely exquisite.
Okay. Maryville have got the Baron to stop and also slightly missed out on the Dawnbreaker. That's unfortunate. You know what? Good job, honestly. They stopped them getting the Baron. They only lost 1, and they still have Smite available.
Yeah, Sniper can still primary tank or Fnatic. They've still got DPS. And then Shady doesn't have ult yet, so a little bit scary.
Look at Get Back. This is Get Back's time to shine.
Yeah.
Oh,
You
have to pop Dominus.
Oh, they've held that shit for so long.
Oh, and he's
Oh,
just
no.
dead.
Oh dear. Oh,
Okay, 1.
I mean, you don't have the chase down potential.
I don't.
Like,
Yeah.
Get back isn't in a place where he can just leap over walls with impunity.
I think. Oh my! No,
Oh,
leave!
No,
Leave!
No, don't do this. Don't do this. Come
Okay.
on. Come on.
I'm glad they heard me. Honestly,
Mm.
from across the pond, they
Yelling very loudly.
They knew. Get out of
Send
there.
Send a telegram over. Stop doing the Baron.
That was exactly. It's not the play. My oh my. Okay. All right. I think there's still a chance here. I think that for Maryville, this game's not over yet. Now,
You need to hard play around breakpoints.
mhm.
I think if you're fighting, once Evan's got his second item and before Array's got to that Infinity Edge, I think maybe there's a chance. But given that the Jinx has all 3 components and is
It's
carrying balls,
unlikely.
probably gonna back and get it now.
Yeah, unlikely. And Get Back's about to hit Shadow Flame. He's got 3,000 gold on anybody in the game, and then 2.5 really on people on his team.
It's not reasonable.
It's not, but that's what happens when you give a Jinx gold.
Ooh. Oh no, that is
Sword.
so sad. That is so sad.
Okay.
I feel so bad for Shady.
Evan, run! Get out of there!
He's dead. He's dead.
Oh,
Oh,
unlucky.
oh no.
Oof.
That was
Almost.
so close.
Almost. Okay, this is Get Back's time to shine. I missed the laser. Give me 6 seconds. I'm reloading. I'll clear the wave. Give me another 6 seconds. Just take me
I don't
tier
think he's going to
2.
go for this.
Oh, coward.
I mean, Victor's a smart guy. I don't think he's a coward. I think he's just calculated this risk.
Yeah,
Although,
giving over the Baron is not great.
yeah.
Like, I 100% respect the play, and before people tell me that I'm dumb for telling him to go for this, this is satire. So, you know, like, please. You know, I actually, yeah. Somebody added me in game today. I played a game of solo. Oh, what is going on? Ray might die.
Bad things.
Hop over.
Bad. Oh, no.
Never mind.
Oh, no.
And he was fine the whole time.
If I was Australian, I would have said something about bad news bears there.
I'm glad you didn't.
What's wrong with being Australian?
No, I'm just saying that I'm glad you didn't say that. That's all.
That's fair enough, yeah. Reasonable. Oh.
But I got so you know when people, if you have like a bad game and somebody flames you in chat and you're like, okay, cool, that's fine.
Yeah.
I've got to the point where I can take it, and I know when people are gonna flame me because this guy added me as a friend after the game. I was like, oh, this is gonna be a good one.
Yeah.
So I added him back. I was like, okay, we'll let him out. Okay. That is a kind jungler, to be fair. Niles? I mean, they have Baron recall. Save, get back.
Sniper.
Unsavable. Niles does not win this. There's no chance.
Yeah, Niles a little bit up the river without a paddle there.
Oh, the Baron. Unlucky. But importantly, they're still in this.
Yeah.
Still in this. We can say this. We're not casting. Oh. Plus 1k. Thank you.
Yeah.
But this game probably going to be 100 Thieves win. You know?
What
Balance.
A bold prediction.
Balance of probability.
How dare you say that?
Yeah. Sorry. Get me cancelled.
I do like this this macro hard stuff that they've got.
Macro hard, yeah.
Very
Kind of good.
very, very essential.
Kind of high budget. Kind of like a actual quality product.
Whoa. And then there's this stream.
And then there's my stream, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
War Machine Hyper just followed. Welcome. Hello. Thank you. Name
Is
dropping.
that hyper as in ER or A?
ER. What?
ER, okay.
He played for TSM. Probably still does.
Yes.
Called him out.
Sorry, there's just an EU Riven one trick called Hyper.
Oh, okay.
Who is who is bit more important than Hyper? Nah, no way. Hyper Deluxe to the moon.
Can I who mega lull them? I don't know who Hyper is.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Sorry.
It's got to be done. Well, I'm going to be humegaloing a bunch of these players because apparently I'm incapable of watching League of Legends games.
I've been humegalulling everybody in Europe that I've been casting.
True. Well, and everyone that you've casted with, to be honest.
True. Actually, it's... Oh, wait a minute.
That's a fair chunk.
It's a cheeky pickup. A wee kill for the lads. We take those.
We kill for the lads.
And a blue buff in our own jungle. Don't mind if we do. I'm telling you, get back. Guy's cracked. So, actual sort of analysis / point that I want to make is that people are lower on or I've spoken to people who have been lower on Maryville right now because they don't have APA in, who was somebody that they picked up. But I think
I've seen a bit of APA.
Yeah, I think Get Back is a more than valuable substitute.
Yeah,
Oh.
that's fair.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
Goodbye.
Oh, that'd have been really nice if that had worked out, Fnatic.
It unfortunately did not. Oh, it's getting a bit of a bounce house.
That's another shutdown, actually.
Oh yeah,
Nars is more than relevant right now.
We're tossing a couple balls right now. We're kind of throwing a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
And well, the sword is catching right there.
He is. He picked it back up.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still 3v4. They look for the chase here. Shady has no ulti, so it's not too easy, unfortunately. Cloud Soul spawning in 2 minutes 10. I like the new Cloud as well.
Oh, what is the?
It's
the
just
stat
movement
is-
speed now.
It's just
I like it.
Such an underrated stat.
It is. It's the most obnoxious
Really,
stat in the
really
game.
is. Yeah.
Right after flat damage mitigation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a callback.
That was a callback to it. Oh, ooh. It's pretty nice. Oh, you got QSS as well.
Yeah, and slow resistance is a good point. Correct.
I think anything that gets you in a position, right? I think positioning is so much more important than raw damage.
That's why Ghost Flash are the best 2 summoner spells.
Yeah. I think Ghost is incredibly overloaded.
So do I.
In terms of its power level. Any champion that can make that summoner work, I think should be taking it. It's so fucking good.
The Sparrow's dead.
Well, that's a fair chunk.
Ooh, package.
Oh, that is a huge block.
Oh dear. Jetback's still alive. His ult's doing nothing.
Oh my god. That's not reasonable. What?
Kill it!
That's not reasonable!
Kill it! Let's go. Okay, Maryville.
Okay.
Told you, the poke. Dibby
I mean,
bop.
I thought Maryville should have been out of that, but like that was such an unequal like fight.
Yeah, didn't look like
Positioning
that
stuff,
was going to be good for Maryville.
Well, 100X could never front to back. They could never just hit with Corki and Jinx.
Do they win? No, okay, they don't. Alright, it's inhib. Objective bounty. Yoink.
Objectively, what do you think is the best bounty?
I don't know what you mean.
Like, do you want the ones with dark chocolate?
Yeah, I thought that's what you meant, but I was only familiar with one bounty.
No, there's a dark chocolate one. There's a milk chocolate one. There's one with like extra coconut.
Ooh, okay. I'm only familiar with the base one, unfortunately.
But yeah, like this is just like Sword and Array are completely like opposite sides of the fight. So your DPS just isn't there.
Yeah.
Like look where Array is on the minimap. Like he's just not in this at all.
What happened? How did Dombridge lose all his health? Because Evan can't do that auto twice on 2 people at the same time. Like it must have been Get Back just with a laser. And they've got no MR either. He's gone full juicer here. This is the banger Victor build.
Sorry? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I need to do as much damage as possible.
And they've built 0 MR to facilitate it. We love it.
Well, I mean, like, you can't really blame them because at this point in the game, I think itemizing armor probably better. Right?
Way more valuable because there's 3 people. Like, there's 3 instances of magic damage and like 1 1/4 on.
But that doesn't stop Get Back from existing.
Exactly. I love that Array's using rapid fire cannon to clear the ward as well. Little thing that you can do.
Yeah. I can't remember. I think it might have been in LPL, but I've started seeing people going
Stormraiser.
Stormraiser. Yes. Second on the Jinx.
That does give me the old boggle, honestly, but I'm down to craft.
I feel like it might just be a case of like what we were talking about earlier. Like it's that
Movement speed.
the movement speed, the slow. I think as well could be quite big.
Are 100x gonna lose this game?
I mean, they're never able to get themselves back in properly. Whoa, sheesh. Oh, that's a big crit. Oh my god.
Oh, rockets.
Array is excited. Ooh, that's bold.
Nilles is kind of big, honestly.
Legit, if I saw that name in EU, that's how I pronounce it. It's like it's some Swedish guy.
Yeah. True. Okay. But this is okay, so this is sort of what I was talking about the poke, that Maryville actually have a fight to be had. They're nowhere near any form of like taking damage at this point. And then yeah, Fnatic unfortunately jumps right into a charm. Shady just knocks up Dombre, which is unfortunately probably not his best target, but
I mean, like you're kind of seeing a little bit of inflexibility here from what 100x can actually do, right?
Mhm.
Because as soon as that poke comes down, they can't really walk forward because there's a little bit too much damage on Maryville for that to be an option.
they can't walk into
And-
Victor, yeah.
And they can't walk into Victor. And playing on the back foot with a Leona and a Renekton, well, and a Lee Sin, to be honest, feels like absolutely awful.
Correct. And they've got, and what am I trying to say here? You're seeing the issues with this Corki build then as a byproduct of that.
Yeah.
That this is auto attack Corki, you know, i.e. rapid fire. This isn't okay. That was a BM one. This isn't poke Corki.
He's making it so it takes like a millisecond longer to clear the wave, so it stacks.
Oh,
better.
okay. I see.
Yeah, probably.
You got coached. I see. I understand.
Yeah, no. I mean, if you're not cheat recalling on wave Omega Epsilon 3, then what are you even doing?
It's actually Omega Epsilon 5 that you're supposed to cheat on.
Oh, I hadn't paid $120 for their Patreon this month, so I wouldn't have known that.
That's on you. It got changed in the patch. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Niles, he's speedily back to base. Hasty, in fact. I sat there thinking, how did he get back so quickly?
This is weird. He's just expended TP when 100 Next have got Drake on the bot side. I mean, well, I guess they kind of had to force around the Baron, but I don't even think you need to be honest.
We're on trade territory.
Yeah.
Do we give them the Baron in exchange for the Elder?
Oh shit! It's not an Elder.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
in that case, I have no explanation.
Just.
Oh,
Right,
sword.
Okay, goodbye, Niles. Yeah, game's over.
Oh,
Game's-
okay.
yeah, game's gone.
Oh, unlucky.
That's very unfortunate.
No, get back,
Oh.
get back and do something here. He needs to go off, though. Doesn't have ult. Oh, if Evan lives, maybe.
Yeah, I think Array not getting a. Oh, it doesn't matter. He's not in range. He's not in range.
Get out of there.
Okay.
Actually still doable. They don't have Baron.
Actually, still doable. Yeah.
This is going to be the base
The
defense of a
waves- the waves
lifetime,
are way
but
away, yeah. How close is Solar Flare? I think that's what you need to watch for.
not for this one.
Yeah,
Block the
yeah,
wave. Good.
Yeah.
Oh, he TP'd a bit early here. I would have liked
Yeah,
to see him
that
do it on the...
Oh, that is so much poke. Holy shit. Shady's up in now.
They got Evan.
It's just, oh no.
Oh, okay. Well played by Dombre there.
That's really unfortunate.
Oh, what a game.
That was
That was a good game.
a good game. I was ready for that to be a little bit of a
It looked like it was going to be a stomp, and then it didn't look like it was going to be a stomp.
and then
it...
ultimately ended up being a fairly even game.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, right.
Wow,
so
wow.
what do we do now?
We vibe. Honestly, we have to wait for this.
Right, we're vibing. I'm gonna go and use the. I'm not. I'm gonna go and refill my water bottle.
Nice. You go right ahead,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay.
You enjoy. But yeah, so now that the game is over, you guys look different. Cheers, Fro. We also changed our name. We're gonna hold on. What we can do, the game's over, so we'll pull back to Cozy Rude, Chill Rude Dude streams. Let me just check as well that they've not just seeded all 4 games. No, they've not. Okay, cool. So who won their games? Golden Guardians, Immortals at AoE, no team beat Wildcard, and then 100X just won. Cool. Who is out? That's what we can see right now as well. Mount Olympus, Goose Gaming, and Verity Esports, and University of Toronto Blue are all eliminated from the open qualifiers. They can't make it to groups anymore. But they can still get Proving Grounds qualification points. So worth noting that you shouldn't just stop playing when you go 0-3. It's worth it trying to keep on going, keep playing. I wonder what the next games are going to be. So I have a sort of agreed with Maryville that I'll do their game.
Right, I'm back. What's happening? What
Welcome. We're waiting for the games to be drawn.
Okay. You can't draw any games. You can only win or lose them in League of Legends.
That's true.
Mm.
So we're waiting for the games to be won or lost.
Yes.
And then put into matches for us to spectate.
Excellent.
Then I believe, unless Unified take the Maryville game, which, as a preface, they are more than within their rights to do so. This is their tournament. I am merely an outlet for other games that are not being streamed.
Which is a valuable service.
It is. And with I'm honestly like tempted to rebrand myself to Black Box Productions because my OBS right now is absolutely hilarious.
Okay.
Like I have 4 things, four image sources that are called Black Box.
Yeah. No. No, the exact same thing. Oh, love a bit of RMC.
My guy. The stream can't see that, by the way, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
We can see it. I've given Middlecott still the front row view.
Yeah. Oh, just a little bit too important.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right.
You're allowed.
Let's actually tweet this out.
How did you get into the co-streams? So I did. So first of all, for last summer, there was a tier 2 event, which was EGL, where they didn't get to stream all of their games for group stage because there were no open qualifiers. So there was only like 2 streams running and like 4 streams happening at the same time. So I just reached out to the teams and said, hey, if you need someone to cast or stream your game so that they are there for everybody to be able to see, let me know. And then I got in contact with APA and Resolve. I did their games once. And then I also did Maryville's games once, as well as 100X versus TSM Amateur last split as well. And nobody from EGL told me off, so did it again. And I'm on the broadcast team for Unified this time out, so I checked it with Unified this time. They said, yep, absolutely no problem. You can co-stream the games that are on our stream. You just can't be in the lobby. But I figured it'd be a better asset to just do games that aren't being broadcast anywhere.
Yeah.
And
I don't like I think if you're doing something like different, like if it's a pro player POV or if it's a coach POV,
Mm-hmm.
I can see the value in co-streaming official games that are being casted. But I think like casting over it feels a bit. Well, I wouldn't want someone to be casting over games.
No,
that I'm
exactly,
running. It's
exactly.
just-
I feel the
I
same.
feel like each game should have its unique voice and sounds.
Mm-hmm.
So, are these proving grounds qualifiers?
Uh,
Let's
let me give you the official moniker.
I've got NA Amateur Academy Proving Grounds Qualifiers Scouting Grounds.
This is
Unified.
Proving Grounds Circuit Qualifier 1. This is the tournament.
Circuits. That just rolls off the tongue.
It does. It really does.
I'm going to be casting some NA Proving Grounds Circuit Qualifier 1 with Redo, hopefully. Oh,
Teams unknown at present,
teams unknown.
but likely Maryville.
TBA.
Are you allowed to cast when you co-stream? Yes, but like we say, we took a backseat for that one. That was I don't know quite what happened as to why things were so slow, but
We had a bit of a natter.
we
We had
did.
a chat.
Got a good little convo going. And the masses come for the Maryville games as well.
Ah, yeah.
That's what we love to see.
I find it so cool, the way that the NA, I don't know what really to call it, the below LCS, I guess the Proving Ground Academy collegiate circuits. I love how there's so much intermingling there.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that can be a bit stale about the ERLs is that you've got orgs and then you've got football teams that have made an org and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
But in NA Academy and Proving Grounds and all that good stuff, there's like you've got your LCS Academy and amateur teams, then you've got collegiate, and then you've got sort of independent orgs that enter sort of at this level,
Mm-hmm.
and then you've also got like your random 5 players that don't have an org, don't have a coach, but happen to be incredibly cracked,
Yeah.
and can go all the way. I can't remember the name of the team off the top of my head, but it was the one with the toilet paper as their
Zeus Gaming, yeah.
Zeus Gaming. Yes, yeah.
Big fan.
I think that's really cool.
It is really cool.
Oh. Rude dude just casually unrandom checking odd orange in his friends list.
Come on, man. This isn't on stream.
Stream can't see this.
So you've been relinquished. Your privileges have been removed. I literally created this players folder 10 seconds ago, and now I'm getting told that I'm unrandom checking odd orange. Okay,
Well,
buddy.
well, that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
He's a player. What do you want me to say?
People, someone's just messaged me on League asking where I placed, and I haven't played a single ranked game in
Nice.
4 months.
Oh, that's big for you.
No, I'm just like, I barely scraped platinum this season. I just can't wait to get placed in bronze.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Okay. Why are the two teams... Let me see, hold on. Let's see.
I'll start Silver 1, J-Real. I doubt that. I doubt that very much.
Okay, so this is probably going to be out of date. I'm going to wait for Lena to put another one out. Lena Shim, perchance, absolute TO legend.
Yeah.
Put out the mega thread of where everyone was playing game number 1. Team Ambition have got their own stream, as do Taco Gaming. I don't think they do. Okay. Let me correspond because we will probably
Yeah.
do the Supernova game because I think that who am I looking for here? Yeah, I think that Team Ambition have their own stream.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Team Ambition. Yeah, they have their own stream.
Good for them. I'm proud of them.
Yes, it is good
Yes.
for them.
That is, yeah, it's very good for them.
All right. So I will. So on for game.
Apologies.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Um.
Ugh.
Okay, all good, beautiful. All right.
Ugh.
Number 2.
Burger King foot lettuce. Number 15. Burger King foot lettuce. Ugh.
Let's see. I may already be too late. Honestly, they may have started.
They've already gone for it. You reckon?
I mean, there's been a colossal wait time, so it would not be out of the realms of possibility.
No. I tweeted about it, rude dude. It has to happen now.
Yep, yeah, it does. But do you know what the beautiful thing is? Is that I actually added one of them, so I can see that they're not in game right now.
Ah, okay. Well, and you have to communicate that to me manually because you won't let me look at your.
Oh, I've just joined the lobby and I'm playing the support. Pog.
Oh, excellent, excellent. What rank are you at the moment?
Plat 1 right now.
Fair enough.
But I'm like 20 games in, I think.
Yeah. Starting to get some retweets on. Thank you very much, Sarge. Oh. This is nice. Our first cast together of 2022.
At 1 a.m.
At 1 a.m. With one of us having done zero prep and also having a bit of a cold.
And gonna be random checking once again.
Yeah. I'm just getting the excuses out there as often as possible.
Yeah, get as many out there as possible. So, let's. I'm gonna wait until I get fully confirmed and into the lobby before we, because I've since removed myself just again in case, because I don't want to burden the players. You know.
Burden them.
Mm-hmm. You know, there's just a random sat in their team.
Is your presence a burden?
It is when I'm trying to play AD carry for one of them. You know.
That.
So I'll let them sort it out first, and then if there's room for me to hop in, then I'll hop in.
Yeah.
Oh, Pog.
Oh, poggers, right.
Fucking yote in there. Let's go.
Woo! Who did main role?
I play ADC. Alrighty. This is the wrong one.
Okay, so we close that.
Where am I looking for? This is fine. This is all you need. Wait, this is all we need here.
Okay, wonderful. All I need is you, rude dude.
Not false.
Ugh. Okay.
Supernova versus Taco Gaming. You did, Carrix. You're quite right. But what you have to put up with is insanely budget rooted productions to begin with.
Yeah.
Which is honestly half the fun.
I mean, the thing is, so
who else is doing it? You know,
I like to think that I've casted with some pretty like good producers, and and some pretty high level stuff. But I do have some nostalgia for when I was first casting, where it was just me on my own,
Mm-hmm.
producing and solo casting like my friends' clashes. Which
Apparently, you're
which
very
amazing.
quiet.
Apparently, I am.
I've
You might
rammed
have
you
me
up.
turned. You might have me turned down on Discord.
No, I don't. I timed you up earlier because somebody else said you were quiet.
Hmm.
Sorry, I whammed you back up in OBS. So
Oh yeah, can you? Yeah, can I see OBS? Sorry.
mm-hmm.
La la la. Okay, yeah.
I can drop you down.
No,
a little
it's
bit.
it's just I don't want to be redlining.
Yeah.
Like when I'm actually casting, I'm going to be a lot more energetic and bring a lot more. But when I'm talking, like my voice is pretty quiet.
That's
most of the
fine,
time.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. That looks absolutely fine.
Okay.
As long as I'm not redlining, because I've
cool
had that
down.
issue before where we've done some like banger casts, and I look
Mhm.
back at the VOD, and it is just static and crackling, and
Yeah.
it's
I've
not
rolled
fun.
you down a little bit. I've also rolled me down to compensate as well.
Yeah, no. Looking at that, it's fine.
Okay.
So Coach
Where?
is just turning
Yeah.
on.
You're not allowed to dox the chat, Middlecott.
That is not what doxing is.
Yeah, I know, but you're not allowed to. You are allowed, but
Oh, I was meant to be casting a new. Oh well, I wasn't meant to be casting a new game, but I was casting a newer game, just before like everything stopped for the winter for Christmas and all that. And the match was delayed by 20 minutes because someone was playing TFT.
Nice. That's the professional we like.
They then got stomped in a 21-minute game, and I was like, oh,
Literally waited longer for the game to happen.
yeah.
Oh,
I
is
also
that a
like
pro draft? Monka W.
Oh.
That's gonna ruffle some feathers.
It is a feather rustler.
Okay. So
I'm not a fan of pro draft.
You know what? Neither
No.
am I.
Ugh.
It's lol draft all the way. You're not lol drafting. What are you doing with your life? Or
If
draft
you're not
lolling,
owning,
sorry.
if you're not owning all of the champions, then what are you doing?
Also true.
Let's be perfectly honest.
Yeah, that's not false.
If you're
actually.
getting paid to play the game, or like you're playing against people that are getting paid to play the game, I don't really know what the payment structure looks like in this scene.
Mm-hmm.
You should have all of the champions.
I agree.
Mm.
You'd hope that people would be on a main account.
Yeah, I don't really see what the point of not playing on a main account is on in comp.
Hello, Tanko. You're not new here. Hi. I'm familiar with your works. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We have a draft, folks.
Are we actually going to have to start casting now?
If you want.
Don't particularly feel like it, to be honest.
Well, stream's over, guys.
Yeah.
I'll just leave
Got
the
myself
stream
all
on.
subtyped to cast, and I'm not really about that.
All right. So
Ugh.
I'm gonna pull up this as well because I need to see what teams.
Yeah. I also
Well, what do you want? What do you want? It's one or the other here.
can you make your client smaller and then like bring it down a little bit?
Okay, we're gonna have to do some.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do some jiggery pokery.
It's okay. Stream can still just see the client, and they look
It's
absolutely
general
fine.
window size. It's general window size. Yeah. And
Ugh.
then when we go into it looks awful. But then when we go into the in client
I
draft,
just have
you'll
to
swap
resize it.
around.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Very, very normal. So obviously Supernova red side. Who's TG?
No. Taco Gaming. Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry.
Taco Gaming. Yeah.
Taco Gaming blue side, Supernova red side.
Yep.
All right, Jinx ban, interesting. I want to see what happens with Caitlyn because Caitlyn has been red side banned pretty much consistently from what I've seen in OQs, and if it's not been red side banned, it's been B1'd. So with Jinx off the table as well, that's like your typical answer. Okay, there we go. You expect this, honestly.
So I guess the next question is, where do we go in terms of priority on the AD carries at this point? Then
It's Jin is sort of next. Jin fits into those three. I think Jin, Jinx, Caitlyn are in their own tier. I think Caitlyn's slightly above both of them, but like you can serviceably pass away with just the Jin, or with Jinx or Caitlyn as an answer.
Yep.
But I don't think that we'll see it as a B1. That would
No.
seem.
Well, there's just not the priority there. Once you got the Jinx, once you got the Caitlyn on the table, I mean, unless you value the Jhin so highly that you feel the need to take it away. But I think the Hecarim is one of the junglers that has really been dominating on 12.1.
With Turbo Chem Tank as well, Divine Sunder is sort of fallen a bit by the wayside. Actually, I want to wait and see which one we end up getting, because I know both of them have seen a lot of play. And
Dude, can you imagine coming into a season where Hecarim is incredibly strong with Turbo Chem?
No, I don't think I've ever seen that before.
No, never happened
pick
before.
Nidalee?
Nidalee? That's a spicy one.
Okay, we just launched down the gauntlet immediately. Just slam it down. Baco has had enough. They banned his Xin Zhao, said fine, I'll Nidalee you. Nidalee Renekton, give it me. Inject this into my veins.
It's a tale as old as time.
It is.
If you want to lock down the enemy top laner, make it incredibly unfun for them to play the game, this is the duo to do that with.
Nidalee at least 2.0, honestly.
Yeah, more damage, less
Dive
survivability,
potential.
I guess.
Yeah.
But like, if you just one shot them, doesn't really matter.
Aphelios, I forgot. I'm trolling. Okay.
So what do you reckon you can go for an Aphelios for Jhin trade here?
Yeah, happily. People like we've seen a lot of Aphelios for Jinx in general. But Aphelios, not quite sure why, but NA just love Aphelios. Like he budget Jinx, honestly, IMO, but does everything in the team fights. We saw it last game, as much as that was nearly over an hour ago now. We saw, we did see.
I mean, that 3-person Inferno with the Gravitum snare from 6 was very disgusting.
That was very good, yeah.
And that's not really surprising at all, right? Picking up the Jhin here, you don't want to risk it getting banned out in the second phase and having to default to some lower priority picks.
Yeah. I think that Supernova here was kind of like whatever you like. These first 2 picks are staking their intention, right? Regardless, we don't care for bot lane. Which is fine when you pick a Jhin as well. I wouldn't even be surprised to see Leona come through on 4 for Supernova. Or to see that get banned away, because Leona is another really good roaming champion. Yeah.
You're on it, rude dude.
Yes. This is it.
This is it.
Maybe, and then again, right? Like, if you're taking away things like Leona, the potentially Nautilus. Is the sort of next one that you look to remove, particularly when you have Aphelios as well. That just instant CC that you kind of can't avoid. Certainly going to be something that I could expect to see them take off the table. And from Supernova, you can see they're getting rid of the obnoxious to dive top laners. Dr. Mundo and Ornn, probably the 2 best at trying to deal with what you're trying to put down on that top side, and anybody else probably going to falter.
Yeah. They're really, I feel like the 2 top lane tanks that you can actually play right now, because they've got enough damage that they can actually be a threat. Maokai's been in the dumpster for a little while now. As one of those tanks that can do quite well at surviving dives, and as you predicted, Nautilus taken off the table. There's still a fair few hook champions available, and that's the Blitzcrank.
Blitzcrank into Lulu. Let's get it. I love this. I love this from Pseudo, and it's even again aids their top lane dive. It makes it even safer actually, because you can slice in. Like we saw in Supernova's first game. Sorry, I've gone quite far away from the mic now. They kind of threw Seiko under the bus for their top lane priority, and if they do that again here with the Jhin, Blitzcrank makes these top lane dives even easier. Shen, on the other side, is probably the best answer that you could think of, right? If you're looking for Ruthless Predator and you get slammed by Shen W, you can't really do that. That's pretty good answer. So Blitzcrank Hook, though, does kind of immune that a little bit. And you can pull him out from under the turret and make it a lot less safe.
I'm looking at what Taka Gaming have built for themselves here, and I think the enhanced Ruthless Predator with its shield destroying capabilities actually going to be fairly relevant in this game.
Yeah. Victor has his own shield, Shen has his own shield. If we see Shield Bow come through, Lulu just in general, right? That's a lot of shielding. And particularly, you're talking about shield destroying capabilities of Ruthless Predator. Easy to forget, Blitzcrank ult middle cart.
Blitzcrank. Yeah.
Yeah. Blitzcrank ult is the be-all and end-all of AoE shield destruction. So that's a pretty good tool to have in your arsenal, honestly. I'm going to resize my client, and then we're going to take you back over to that as well, because they are drafting now. Middlecott and his...
Sorry, my computer. I've not got a 4K monitor, unfortunately.
his
so
needs.
I can't. My needs.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Oh, I don't know
What do
the
you mean?
players. Can you make it small so I can see the players and the draft?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I want to see who's actually picking the champions. and stuff.
Weird. I was just going to keep this on anyway.
Right. So yeah, I just can't see the client now. Thank you.
Okay, whatever. All right. If you want to see the picks, let me know. The stream is quite happy. So to give a little bit of or sort of standing on the teams here once again.
Yes.
Then so we touched on this for Supernova last time when we were talking to them. Ariandel, great roaming mid laner. This time around, going to be playing this Galio. No surprises, right? Galio, a facilitator of success. I don't expect to see the Galio going to support, even though it can be flexed there. Blitzcrank mid, not the move.
No.
But again, it adds to these dives. And something that I've been very happy with from Supernova is you can see what their draft is doing. It makes my job very easy. You can see what they're doing from a mile away, right? Like, It is very clear that this is a dive top lane, dive bot lane, dive wherever we can, and just try and find these fights. Pre-level 6, post-level 6 now, with Ariandel is going to be more than capable. Jhin in these styles of composition is actually fairly useful, because whilst his sort of output in terms of damage may not be the highest, his range is more than enough to enable the likes of all 3-4 of these diving champions, because he can just sit back, press R, and he's going to be fairly safe, and then can also just pump out the damage from like a mile away. And with those slows, the extra damage that comes through, you tend to be able to get away with the kills quite quickly.
And I mean, like, once you do start getting some items on you, the curtain call provides a lot of relevant damage. Like that 4th shot, especially if, I don't know, if this Victor or if this Aphelios is on, let's say, 40% HP and it's 35 minutes into that game, that 4th shot does one shot.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think we can talk about Jhin as a more utility focused, more like lower damage AD carry. But I think in the moment, the burst that he can provide in specific scenarios is so unexpected and so much that, I don't know, maybe Grace and Shroud don't have the time to get these shields, get this assistance coming through. And once one of these main damage sources dies, once one of either this Victor or the Aphelios goes down, becomes a lot harder for you to actually play out the rest of the fight.
Yeah, sorry, I'm making sure people know that where we are here, and we're streaming
So
the game.
I'll pretend to do some more color analysis as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you talked about obviously Supernova's game plan being very obvious, and we even saw that in the draft, right? With Attacker Gaming banning out the TF, the Camille, and the Jinjiao, all champions that love making plays around that top side. So I think Fire Theft is going to be a real player to watch here, because whilst Renekton isn't traditionally a carry, I mean, we saw it in that game that we were just co-streaming / watching, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He can buy so much time on the backside of a fight, and also deals a fair bit of damage as well. So I think if you do get a Fed Renekton, it just offers you so much more room to play the game, and it means that Bako can dive in there and do a lot of damage to the split up members of Taka Gaming.
It does, and I think that if then that sort of eventuality happens to be there for Bako, that this Renekton Italy duo can kind of take over this entire game. That's sort of their goal here. To set stakes for the teams as well before we get fully into this. It's winner goes to groups and doesn't have to care so much about the last game. The loser is sort of locked in a dead heat for if they go home or if they go through in the final game of the day, which will be played once all the round 4 games have been wrapped on up. So it's a game that has a lot of pressure, a lot of stakes on it right now. You win, you make it to the group stage of this tournament, this event, and you're able to start vying for some really good proving grounds points. That's sort of the goal here for getting to groups, and you get to have just a load more experience as well. I think that's something, again, kind of underrated, the fact that just actual competitive experience that isn't scrims, very hard to come by for these teams. Yeah. So getting to groups, going to be very useful for them. Like, this is, it gives you +6 extra games of tape, things to review, things to look at, even if you get 06 and, you know, have to leave immediately. Like, it's still good to get that
absolutely.
info. Yeah.
I mean, how many times do you hear people talk about the wildcard teams making their way to like these events like MSI and the World Championships, and sometimes you have an Albus Nox Luna who's able to make it all the way to the quarters with a load of upsets, but most of the time you do have these teams dropping down sort of in the earlier stages, the ones that do get to groups almost invariably will be bowing out at that stage, but then going back to their own regions, all that time that you are playing against that higher level opposition, it is time that you've got to learn, it's time that you've got to analyze. And when you come back, if you could start putting the things in place that you have learnt, not just as a team, but also on a personal level, then maybe the next time you go to that event, you get a win or 2 or 3, and you find yourself progressing to those later stages that previously you wouldn't have been able to do.
Yeah, like it's a long process, but fortunately, you can get there. That's the ideal, and particularly in this sort of formation of the new way that NA Amateur sort of formed itself. There's 4 events before Proving Grounds Summer, so yes, there's a Proving Grounds Spring that happens after 2 of these circuit qualifiers. And, you know, come summer, if you stick together as a team, you have that chance of making it to Proving Grounds, and then you get even more opportunity to practice with the best and showcase yourself to the likes of LCS affiliated teams, you know, because you play up against academy squads that aren't just here for the practice, aka Golden Guardians in this instance. But we do have a game here, Supernova starting out with a classic invade with a Blitzcrank.
Yeah, sticking together. Is that Lynx? ADK? So I'm gonna have to check for names.
So
here
so let me run you down the rosters for both yourself and the people at home. Taco Gaming on blue side have got Cozy top lane, Trickster in the jungle, Doxa mid lane, Lynx and Gwyce as the bot lane and support respectively. And then for Supernova Fire Theft in the top lane, Baco in the jungle, Ariandel mid, Psycho and Pseudo as those bot lane and support roles once again respectively here. Interesting to note, looking at these items immediately, Ariandel has taken Predator, he's gone Boots immediately. This guy, you know, he played Twisted Fate last game, doesn't want to wait till level 6 to get out on the map. I will level 2 gank. You know, why not?
It's a declaration of intent, if nothing else. The thing about the Galio is his wave clear early on is actually pretty good. So going for that early Predator, trying to be proactive in the early stages of the game before you get access to that hero's entrance is definitely a viable strategy.
It really is. And I think that when you are looking for top lane dives, which is, you know, you can see we've got Baco starting bot side, he's going to be pathing up to top lane. The intention of Fire Theft will be to slowly push this wave, get a stack and crash down and make sure that Cozy is in a pretty rough spot. There's some really good trades coming out of the Shen right now, honestly. Fire Theft getting a little bit worse for wear there. But Ariandel will not mind sacrificing a wave for this to put himself out and make himself in a good spot.
Ooh, hook landing from Pseudo onto Lynx, who's forced to flash back. The flash follow with the 4th auto! And Psycho picks up the first kill.
Nicely done. Blitzcrank into Lulu, right? The Lulu just doesn't have the same presence as a Blitzcrank in this laning phase. Yes, you can pop up a quick 200, 150 damage shield, but the mispositioning, or the repositioning rather, that a Blitzcrank provides you, just far more valuable in this instance. And Seiko even able to burn his own flash to find the kill, saves his heal. All summoners except for Gwyce's flash burned in the bot lane. So this repeat effort, you know, if Ariandel can't find a way into the top side of Summoner's Rift, that bot lane is looking very, very juicy.
Yeah, and the thing about the Jhin as well, because he provides that additional setup, this is something that you can continue to attack.
Oh,
Now looking to attack Cozy up in the top side. That Spirit's Refuge being baited out as he does get stunned despite the flash and Fire Theft. Will just fall down on the other side.
Yeah, and a really good Spirit's Refuge from Cozy prevents the initial dive from coming through. You know, gets that trade kill essentially.
Oh, Doxer taunted up, hooked through. Pseudo knocks him up, and Ariandel grabs another kill.
That was beautifully played by both Ariandel and
Really
Pseudo.
nice.
Okay, they might get paid for though. Trickster's here.
Yeah, not Pseudo invulnerable here. Definitely fallible as Ariandel actually flashing forward, gets the taunt off, but it's not going to matter in time. The Blitzcrank falls down, and Gweiss is actually diving under the tower. I don't think you want to do that, buddy. Just a single kill.
Yeah, a little bit ambitious from Gweiss right there to try and pick up Ariandel, but a good response here in the mid lane by Taco Gaming to give themselves a little bit more leeway here. The nice response kill, yes, and onto the Hecarim as well. Yes, it's the kill onto the support, but, you know, gold is gold at the end of the day, and they're going to be more than grateful for the fact that they've been able to at least respond a little bit in that matter.
Response down in the bot side. The hook comes through as well, and they're not able to take out Psycho. Trickster does pick up the kill finally at the end. Gweiss on single-digit HP, but Pseudo not quite going to be able to get in range to take him out. Another 1-for-1 as Cozy's actually trading very effectively in the top side here.
Yeah, this Shen is really having a good time. Grasp of the Undying procs, pass-throughs of the Spirit Blade. Obviously, Nidalee now has an opportunity to make a play on this top side. That sort of cheating of tempo where you skip a few camps. Trickster.
Oh, Trickster didn't expect Ariandel to be in the bush and is getting perma-CC'd. Starting to walk it out, though, and will be able to escape with that Predator popped as well.
Yeah, really awkward timing. Baco threw his spear onto the Gromp just as Ariandel spotted out Trickster with the vision, so there was no hunted damage coming through from Baco to find that kill, and W from Hecarim plus the smite was more than enough to just about keep himself alive and allow him to get out to safety. So again, it's not even going to be a trade of camps here. That play on the bot side really does go unpunished by Supernova, and Taco Gaming clapping back a little bit here in the early stages of this game. The Blitzcrank has had a fairly large impact already here, but it's good to see that Taco not being dissuaded by this and starting to try and bounce back.
Yeah, that's always nice to see. At this point, should either side be worried for how things are going? Is there one of them that needs to be a bit more focus into this early game?
I'd be scared if I was Supernova and this game starts to stagnate a little bit. They do have, Jin for the sort of long-range potential setup, and they've always got Blitzcrank late game, which is either 100 or 0, right? You hook the enemy Aphelios, you win the game. You hook the Victor, you probably win the game as well. But to the same extent, you don't hook them or you miss that hook, you become pretty much a non-factor.
Or if you hook Trickster.
Yeah, also true, right? You hook the wrong target by that nature, you're in a pretty rough spot, and then you've got to try and battle up against Gweiss and Lynx, this late-game powerhouse of an Aphelios, Lulu plus a Victor, who we've seen get back perform on. We've seen performances of Victor just throughout the entire day, really. This champion can pop off in a late-game scenario, so no surprises that if we get later into the game, Taco Gaming are more than happy to sit and wait to that point.
Yeah, Ariandel has ticked over to level 6, so does have access to the hero's entrance. There is a play being made on a side lane, then despite the lack of teleport and the recent changes, Ariandel will be able to join it. Trickster has just made his way down to the bot side, looking to get this wave shoved in. Fearful of potential for a gank from Baco to come through, and here to counter.
Who's going to be counter-ganking who? Kind of the question. Whichever one shows first, sort of the one who could be a little bit left unawares. But it looks like the play is going to sort of subside down here, and maybe a Drake take as a response. They know that Lynx is going to look to try and find a base here by all accounts, and finally gone back to base. The Drake started up pretty much immediately by Baco. And we just go back to this slower paced early game, and as you mentioned here, great point to sort of bring up is that this does favour Taco Gaming. It's Supernova with the onus on making things happen in these early stages. They've drafted this Renekton Nidalee to get ahead in the early stages of the game, to put this Renekton to a point where he can't die in the mid game. But unfortunately, they've not been able to fully utilise that yet.
Yeah, just the one kill, probably not enough to get Fire Theft in that position. It's nice to see that despite Ariandel's activity on the map, not only have Taco Gaming been able to dissuade his aggression at points, but he's also managed to maintain CS with Doxer. Obviously, as Victor gets higher level and starts to get those evolutions coming through, he's going to be able to shove those waves in a little bit faster, so maybe we do see Ariandel start to fall behind in the CS department there. But as it stands, the Galio is getting things done, and is keeping up in terms of CS as well.
Kind of the dream really for Galio is being able to collect the farm and then also make an impact happen on the map. And Cozy's having a really good time still with these trades. Spirit Blade passing through the enemy champion gives you an extra little bit of attack speed plus some more bonus health damage.
A lot of damage.
So you can find really good trades on a Shen, right? It's a bit weird to think that he can take these fights versus a Renekton, but it's just a fact of top lane, unfortunately. I've yet to see the Blitzcrank do too much, and I think this is our perfect opportunity.
Yeah, Ariandel popping the Predator going forward. Only gets the taunt onto one, but I think Lynx is going to be dead regardless. Pseudo steals that one away a little bit as Fire Theft is continuing to dive forward onto Cozy. He's going to have to be really careful under his tower.
Yeah, Doxa did TP down into that bot side as well, worth noting, so not quite able to dissuade that play by any means. And we did get to see a bit of a glimpse.
Oh, Gweiss gets hooked in. But not quite taken out yet. Doxa, just stand still. You don't need any blue suede shoes here. Just chill.
Oh, hook him out.
No.
Hook
No,
him out.
don't do it. Don't do it. The hook.
What?
The shot. They're going on to Doxa instead.
Okay.
Does get rooted up, and now Pseudo's a little bit on the wrong side. No flash available. Polymorphed. In comes the hero's entrance. That's only going to land onto one, but Trickster immunes it with the unstoppable Pseudo still on the run before he gets shut down. Psycho now looking to get Doxa. The Ignite will take him out, but this Hecarim is hungry for blood, and I don't think Psycho's going to be able to outrun this one. A double kill for Trickster. Arandiel next on the menu. No aftershock on the Galio. Devastatingly charged down, and Trickster grabs himself a triple.
Oh my, we were sat there with hindsight saying, just kill Gweiss. That fourth
Just kill
shot,
Gweiss.
that fourth shot, we were sort of sat waiting tantalizing, but they had no vision. Must have assumed that he'd gone back to base. And, disaster strikes for Supernova down in the bot lane. Taco Gaming going to be more than happy with that. It is the Phage coming through, so likely Divine Sunderer for Trickster in this one. And getting that Bruiser up to a pretty powerful state. Looking at the DPS to try and cut through somebody who's going to have very obnoxious healing. There's not a right lot of that, honestly, early on. You're going to be looking at a potential one-shot opportunity between Fire Theft and Baco, but if that's where you're expending your resources, those big hitting cooldowns onto the Hecarim, it's going to allow Lynx, it's going to allow Doxa to kind of run free.
And the thing is, Bruisers as a class just act as such efficient bridges into the mid game, right? Trickster's not only going to be doing a lot of damage, he's also going to be incredibly tanky and is going to be his team's main engage source as well. So getting this Hecarim to this accelerated position is definitely not something that Taco Gaming are going to be complaining about. Supernova still maintaining the gold lead around about 1,000. With Drake spawning in a minute's time, they'll be looking to pick that one up too.
Ariandel getting chunked out a little bit now in this mid lane. Crown of the Shattered Queen completed for Doxa. Means that he's fairly safe, right? Even if he gets hooked, he'll be able to pump out a load of damage before going down if he even does so. Gweiss with the shielding should be able to keep him alive for, again, a fair amount of time. Drake spawning in a minute as they start to pop those pings down, and looking at Pseudo for him to find the miracle pick. The beauty of Blitzcrank is that your engage is very linear. You throw one hook, if it connects, you find a kill. If it doesn't, you wait 15 seconds and hope the enemy don't engage on you.
The power of Trickster right now just means that Taco Gaming can kind of just walk into the river whenever they like, and Psycho and Pseudo haven't really been pushed back. Fire Theft did take that top lane tower a little bit ago and has built the CS lead to 20, which is definitely not unreasonable. Gets a fat stun onto Cozy as well there, but he's continuing to trade back with this Shen, and now Trickster trying to use that lead, diving forward onto Randiel, and Doxa's just going to claim that one.
Yep, and this Galio now starting to sort of reap the side effects of not getting those items in, not quite being able to keep up in the farm. Doesn't have a crown nor Everfrost to make himself a little bit more durable or make killing him even more difficult here. And Galio as well as a champion does fall off tremendously in the later stages of the game. One of the leading concerns I have with the Supernova roster is the fact that their AP damage sources are coming from very volatile locations. Yes, you have got Galio, you've got Nidalee, who can deal good magical damage, but they require a lot of setup here, and Galio is very cooldown dependent. Whereas, you know, you're looking at Victor and his consistent DPS probably outmatches both Baco and Ariandel.
Yeah, and it's also about that reliability as well. If you hit a spear, it's absolutely great. But if you miss a spear, doesn't really do too much. I think Victor's a lot more forgiving in terms of how he can actually deal his damage out. Taco Gaming were able to pick up the second Drake of the game, so 1 apiece now, and we will have a Hextech Rift. Are either team going to be particularly happy about this?
You know what? I think that you're looking at this from Supernova's side, a little bit of a saving grace for them. So Shen and Hecarim both going to be building up a fair amount here of that health pool, and you know, going to be fairly difficult to try and get off of you more so than anything else. So if you're able to get that soul, get those chain slows, should be fairly good for Seiko to hopefully buy himself a little bit of space more so than anything else. But the attack speed going to be very valuable to Lynx as well.
Yeah, the gates as well just give you these this ability to arrive in weird places that you really shouldn't be at in a particular time. But unfortunately, I think I've seen more people misuse them rather than use them effectively. So we'll have to track that. I really don't want to see 5F diving on top of 5 people in the late game, because even though you've done all right on this Renekton, you've picked yourself up the Gold Drinker, definitely not operating at maximum efficiency.
No. Decided, suffice it to say as such here. Lynx down on the spot side collecting the mid-tier 1. That's a lot of gold going back over into the Aphelios once again. Big spear from downtown. But you're trading this mid lane priority for what could potentially be 2 turrets down on this bot side. We've seen Supernova opt into this time and time again, where they sacrifice a little bit of the enemy, or sort of give over the enemy AD carry a fair amount of gold, some really good time on the map to make plays elsewhere. This time round, they don't particularly get anything for it, where Psycho, you know, sharing experience, sharing gold potentially between himself and Nariendel on the bot side of Summoner's Rift. Lynx more than happy to just collect those waves, push in another turret, and another wave takes a turret. Again, going to be accelerating himself a little bit further into this matchup. Take a look at the gold. It's actually dead even, but you know, when you start out the game 0-2, dead even, probably a good spot to be in.
Yeah, and the later this Aphelios gets into the game, the more fun he's going to have. Very, very good against champions that want to dive on top of you. Has gone for the Gale Force here. Not sure how that works up against, opposed to maybe something like the Immortal Shield. But regardless, it can offer you some safety.
If you, yeah. So this is okay. There are multiple reasons why Shield Bow here is unfortunately terrible. Nidalee Spears, once again, the same sort of thing as Poke versus Shield Bow. Poke wins out pretty much every single time. If you get hooked by Blitzcrank, Shield Bow's not saving you. You're already dead. And then Gale Force obviously helps you dodge out on that hook as well. So very happy that we have got Gale Force here. It looks like we're going to be opting into either Collector or Lord Doms as that second item. Again, tends to be mathematically correct in most instances. Have to wait and see what he's maxing second. If it's E, then, you know, you tend to ward going for the Collector and more ult-oriented styles of play.
A little while ago, we did do a check-in on the gold. As it stands, it is still only a 1,000 advantage for Supernova. We talked about them not really being in a spot they want to be right now. Could be a little bit more accelerated. They have popped that Rift Herald down in the mid lane, and if they're able to pick up that tower, then it means that they can push their vision lines a little bit further forward. And when spears are flying at you from Fog of War, looks a little bit better for Supernova.
It does, and they don't lose anything else on the other side of the Rift. Ariandel able to go down, collect another wave, and charge even in this mid lane. Certainly going to be very, very useful. But we have got a dragon spawning again in another 50 seconds or so. We need to start looking at how these team fights are expected to play out, because we talked about the fact that Supernova are very good skirmish composition, very good at trying to take quick picks. If we get a full-on 5 versus 5, Taco Gaming are going to be absolutely laughing here, and we have to sort of see whether the stock that Supernova put into 5F early on is now going to reap its rewards in these team fights. The Renekton currently about 1,600 gold ahead of the Shen. Is that going to be enough to carry them through a 5 versus 5, where we're expecting compositionally Taco to have the advantage?
It's a difficult question. Taco looking to secure mid-priority, Pseudo trying to contest it as Trickster. Maybe a little bit caught out here, knocked up into the air with the Giant's Growth, but the Hecarim is just way too tanky! Arianda will finally go down in a trade for Trickster, but I have to feel that favours Supernova right now. Bako running himself out there as Cozy is chasing forward. Doxa flashes over the wall into a Renekton, but I don't think it's going to matter, buddy. Psycho picks up the kill, and now Fire Theft is on the backside. The Gore Trigger proc just to keep him alive for a second longer before Cozy shuts him down. Baco now on the run, taunted up the Spirit's Refuge. You cannot touch Cozy, and he's going to take you out for a double kill. Pseudo hooking in the minion and Lynx. Not quite able to find him just yet. Gweist with the shield protects his AD carry. Ultimately, though, that's a big fight for Taco Gaming.
Yeah, okay, and they are able to trade, I think, just positive on the kills. They get the dragon as well. That's the most important part of all this, the reason that we came to battle in the bot side of the river. So objective goes their way in, sort of as expected here. The 5v5, fairly easy. Can Ariandel find anything else?
Predator has been popped. Psycho is a little bit caught out here, gets taunted and taken out for nothing. Ariandel flashes over the wall, headbutts a wall, and will make it out there in time. So just a singular pick and the TP invested. Not too bad, but Taco Gaming definitely in a commanding position now.
Yeah, their composition as it gets later and later into the game, just, you know, we have to keep saying it. It's going to do better in 5 versus 5s. They've got the Victor, they've got this Aphelios, they're going to have the safety that Alulu provides you as well. Your eyes have to turn to, if you are Supernova, this Blitzcrank and whether Pseudo can find those key crucial targets. And even if they can, the safety that is being provided by the Taco Gaming squad, we've got Lulu, we've got the Shenalty as well. And once again, to sort of put emphasis more on Pseudo, when is that static field, when is that ulti going to be released? If it's after, if it's before the Shen ulti comes down, then you're unfortunately going to be missing out on a ton of value, really. But if you get that hook, are able to bait out the Shen ulti, force then your own Blitzcrank ulti, you can do a lot of damage with that, just shield destruction coming through. So, you know, eyes on Pseudo. That's all we can say, really, is they keep searching here to try and find picks.
Yeah, they get one onto Trickster, but that's not the target that you want. The Giants Growth and the Stan United come through, and that means you could just clean up the rest of the fight. Already 1, 2, 3 kills going over. Lynx has got 2, Cozy has got 1. And Taco Gaming, 20 minutes in, they might be looking at Baron.
Yeah, DPS not the greatest here, but Hecarim going to probably be able to tank this one up. Cozy as well should be fine. And yeah, again, there's only so many times we can say it here, Middlecott. These 5v5s, they're not going to be easy. And Supernova, unfortunately, finding that one out the hard way here. Baron going to go over the gold lead, now going to start to really balloon. And the question now becomes, how well can Taco Gaming start to extend this lead, because they decisively have one now. What do their engaged tools look like, and how easily are they going to be able to find them? You know, we're looking at Trickster to start off these fights. You can utilize Gweist, you can put Cozy on top, and you know the way into the fight also screams pretty easy. If you're looking at this.
Rude Dude, fundamentally, the best engage tool that Taco Gaming have right now is Pseudo.
Yep.
Because there have been 2 fights in a row where he is hooked in Trickster, and the Giants Growth, the Stand United, have gone on top of the Hecarim, who is very, very tanky as it is anyway. And
You're
it
so
takes
right.
so long to kill him, and he deals so much damage that you go, maybe you should have hooked in someone else. The Starix Gauge completed as well, so the static field goes up in value even more, but the way these fights have been going, I think that's a little bit of copium.
You know what? Maybe, honestly. It could be. And now we have to sort of see what Supernova have got left in their tank, because their early game went fairly well, but we're looking at a top lane where Shen is bullying out a Renekton. We're looking in the mid lane where Waves are just getting forced under the turret, and Trickster doesn't mind standing in front tanking this hook, because he knows the repercussions of if anybody else takes it here. If it's Lynx, if it's Doxer, the fights do become tremendously difficult.
Well, and the repercussions for the Hecarim are basically non-existent. Yeah, you might fall down at the end as, you know, looking for a non-equine target there with his hook. But takes a lot of damage off that Infernum splash.
Ariandel is 10% HP here, and I don't think that he particularly engaged in that fight. It was more so just a bystander in the destruction of his own turrets. And Infernum here doing pretty good work, passively just damaging, chipping away at Supernova. This Baron getting a lot of value here. They got the Baron when they think they've taken one mid lane tier 1 or maybe a bot tier 1 as well. So the economy that is out on the map ready to be collected by Taco Gaming, very palpable. You know, you can tell that gold lead has continued to grow here. A lot of gold being picked up with those 2 turrets, 3 turrets being collected. They've still got 1 bot lane tier 2 to go, and if they're able to collect that as well, you know, complete that outer sweep, you get complete control of the red side jungle. You've got nothing really to stop you from trying to collect onto that. Ariandel has got Predator. Doxa could be in trouble, but TP's ready for Cozy. Stand United as well.
Yeah, this is a very, very risky pick if you do end up going for it, but I think a risky pick might be what Supernova need. Trickster diving into the backline as Ariander will dive forward as well, but just get taken out in the end. The hero's entrance not going to come through as the Hecarim picks up a 6th kill for himself. Pseudo flashing forward and hits the dubstep ignite as well. Doxa, though, still alive for just a little bit longer, and Trickster continues to fight through the fight. So much damage from that halberd as Fire Theft will go down for the 4th time this game. It's only Pseudo left alive, and Taco Gaming take the fight in a commanding fashion.
Yeah, using the Baron and trying to capitalize onto a victor with Crown is probably one of the harder challenges that Supernova would have faced. They're able to find the ace. Meanwhile, Lynx is taking one side of the map. Trickster doing his best to find the other. Looks like that inhibitor turret will be broken, and that opens up the base without Baron here, Middlecott. Just a really strong showcase by Taco Gaming, utilizing this 5 versus 5 composition to do exactly what its name says.
Yeah, and look how quickly the lead has ballooned. 5 minutes ago, this was an even gold game. Now, basically 8, 9, 10k in the advantage for Taco, and they've also got that compositional buff, like you talked about. This game, it's looking all but done for me.
It's a very difficult task. We have to say, you know, the 5-10% chance that we find Pseudo hooking Lynx, hooking Gweiss even, wouldn't be a poor target to try and collect here, because Gweiss, he had to die. The only player in this game who hasn't defeated or hasn't been, you know, slain at all. 0015 doing very well on the Lulu.
Oh, Supernova. Pseudo finds the hook onto Lynx. But I don't think it's going to matter because he's dominating. Trix is able to dive into the backside. It's another double kill for the Aphelios, and Rude, they did exactly what they were meant to do, but it ends up with 3 of them going down. Fire Theft now on the run, definitely not dominating anything, slices and dices himself back, but Trickster will not stop. Absolutely relentless, absolutely devastating. The Moonlight Vigil grabs an unofficial quadra for Lynx, and I think it's GG.
Looks that way here. Taco Gaming able to weather the early game storm, put themselves here into the main stage here of the Proving Grounds closed circuit qualifiers. Turrets falling, the Blitzcrank unable to perform its job.
There we are.
Doxo does fall, but it's of little consequence here, as Supernova are going to have to battle it out once more in the final game.
And now is where it starts to get really, really tricky. If you're Supernova. You played well, you've had some good League of Legends, but ultimately you were just outclassed in that game, and coming back from a loss like that, it's a difficult thing to do.
It is. Fortunately, they're going to know what went wrong here. I think this is a fairly easy one to look at and say, okay, we had to win early, we didn't win early, and either we're going to go back to the drawing board and say, you know, we'll tighten up our early game and make sure that we're far ahead, or we'll go for something a little more safe to snowball into the later stages of the game here. But we can take it down a notch here, Middlecott. We've still got a lot of time, probably before all of the teams manage to wrap up their games and finish out the next round.
I think that the Camille and the Twisted Fate bans that came through, assuming that those champions would have slotted into this composition, if they hadn't been taken away, I think those were absolutely massive.
They were. Decisively,
I think,
yeah.
I think Camille offers you a champion that you can play towards in the top side that actually turns into a late game threat that can be absolutely impossible for even the most chunky of Shens to deal with. And I feel like the TF is just a bit more flexible in the way that he gets to engage and the way that he can play the game. Yeah, you don't really have someone that can tank up a lot of that damage, but because he goes for the Predator, because he goes for the Frostfire, not the Frostfire, it's the frozen glacial thing that I can never remember the name of.
Frostfire Gauntlet, right?
No, not Frostfire Gauntlet. shooty, the AP one with the frost with the cold and the Everfrost. Yeah.
Nice.
God damn it, man.
Nice.
No, but I think because Galio goes for these sorts of builds,
Mhm.
he's not like someone that can tank up at all.
No, not by any means.
He's there for engage. He's there to blow his cooldowns. He's there to use all of his abilities, which are all very good. And he's probably not going to be able to use them again in the fight. But with TF, I think you can play a little bit slower and you can sort of dance around a little bit more. I'm not sure they would have won this game because I think execution-wise, Taco were on another level, even in the fights that I felt like Supernova should have won.
Mm-hmm.
But food for thought, at least.
It is. And, Taco Gaming now, that they're going to go through. They get themselves into the group stage. They're going to get, 6 more games, a chance at taking on, best and brightest that the amateur scene has to offer. Supernova have got one last game to really battle it out. We'll have to wait and see who they're going to be up against. There's still plenty of games going on. We didn't get a Lena Super Mega Thread, I don't think, for this set because they were so long ago. We were waiting for. Oh no, never mind. We did, but we only had Unified. Okay, well,
I need to pop off for like 5-10 minutes.
that's fine. I think we'll be a while before we can.
We'll be fine.
Before we'll get to go again. We'll do game number. I'll pop on a co-stream. We'll show another match that is going on. It looks like 100 Thieves Next are probably going to be able to take down Immortals AoE. But there's a bit of a closer game between Golden Guardians Academy and No Team, which is kind of exciting to say. So let's head over. Where is that? That is here. Boom. Okay. Let's put this on for a little bit here. I won't add Voodoo to cam. Not yet. Okay. But yeah, I mean, No Team here. Decisively not favourites. Okay. Yeah. Jashuka is dead. Can they get the Baron and get out? That's the question. They got the Baron. Scoops is going to go down. Honestly, my take is that if you get Baron and 3 people, it's worth. Baron and 2 people, like with 2 people rather, not worth. So they've lost 3 of their Barons here. And we'll have to wait and see whether or not they can make it worth it and what Golden Guardians can do to punish them for having all these death timers as well. Iconic are going to take away the Drake. Oof. They have Victor. I'm always a fan of teams that have Victor, so no team aren't out of this one. Always gonna say it. And also, Golden Guardians just don't have Baron to push with. Stixay back on Aphelios though is kind of scary. He did big things when he got it in our game. Ryoma's up 50 CS on said Victor. I wonder if this is going to be the new build for mid laners. Just mythic Shadow Flame Rabadons. It gets Sticks, eh? Oh, okay, good flash. Really good from Sticks, eh? ADCs never flash those. Like the ones where you have to anticipate a Lee flash. Never, like, I rarely see people actually flash those. Beautiful stuff. Ryoma. How did my man take no damage from that GP barrel as well? He's just absolutely vibing after hitting that one. But Ryoma's positioning. He's waiting. Oh, this is going to be nasty. He didn't do it. Oh. So close. That was the dream fight for no team and it didn't work out. They get the kick flash. They get Ryoma's ulti whiffing. Just nothing. They still lose 2. Don't get the Drake. Disaster. That's one of those that feels really bad. Like everybody sat there going, well, I did my job. I did my job. Like that's such a good kick. Ryoma's ulti goes wide. Stick says 1 HP. It's just Tony comes in and absolutely goombas on them. Damn. Jinx Victor is so scary late game. Like it's not over till the Nexus explodes. Scooped. Blaze can carry. It's just a fact.
Scoopity doop. Hello.
Wagwan. This is kind of crazy.
What have we got here? Oh, this is... I believe the term for this game is a barn burner,
Yeah.
as it stands.
Mm-hmm. Hello,
Although-
Superhero.
They get this Baron. That is not
Griffin,
good.
the
No,
15-year-old
oh
prodigy.
Wow!
Okay.
That was a lot of damage. Okay, scooped.
Oh, ulti whiffed.
Nah.
Stick say no.
Nah. No way.
He got hit by Chakram.
That Zonya's from Chime was fucking
They
massive.
still lose.
Mate,
Oh.
Chime legit like hard carry that with that Zonya's. If he doesn't stopwatch there, then I actually think Scoop just kills everyone.
Oh.
You sound like you're in physical pain.
I am, man. This Jinx is doing everything and she still can't
Yeah.
carry. I relate. I feel this on a moral and physical level.
Pain.
Poor Scooped.
Sometimes Gwen.
It's always Gwen is immune. Never is Gwen
She
immune.
is-
Okay. That good signs though. Signs of life. Like, so you know you can tell by this that no team are the outright underdogs here for this game.
yeah.
But they've got to the point where their composition, like, it doesn't matter if you're the underdogs. You just start winning.
I mean, late game Oriana Aphelios versus late game Victor Jinx.
Comes down to Shockwave.
It's Shockwave and execution.
Mhm.
Like
I would argue Jinx
This-
is
this
better.
was-
Yeah.
this is ridiculous. Like that. Pff,
Really good stopwatch by Ryoma to buy time.
yeah.
Let me
Well,
see
right,
Chime
watch
stopwatch.
Chime here. Watch Chime here.
Oh,
Look at that.
Yeah.
If Scoop gets excited, then
He kills Sticks, eh?
Fine.
Alright.
fight's over. Yeah. Like that was. I want to say that was like 20 milliseconds off hitting or something.
Yeah.
Like there was no time there at all.
It's like game winning as well.
Yeah.
Actual,
Well, 'cause I mean, like if they don't like completely destroy that fight, then they don't get Baron and they don't end up. In a
Oh,
position they are.
no.
Oh my god! Oh, no!
no! Blaze again.
Yeah,
Caught.
second fight in a row.
Yeah.
And now you just can't step up. Yeah. Oh, I feel so bad for Scooped.
Damn. Yeah. Sticks, eh? Fucking hell. GG. That was a
Holy
good effort. Holy.
I'll tell you what, I was a little bit late to that, but we got a good couple fights there.
We did. Damn. Scooped on the radar.
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Unified 2 already ended as well. So we're back to Middle Cotton Rude vibe streams.
Woohoo! Oh,
We wait for the doc to be updated.
I finally realised that I can blue tack the name of the teams to my monitor.
You
I've not
can.
done that. I've not done that at all for the past year. And I don't
True.
understand why it only just clicked now that that's a thing that you're actually allowed to do.
You using tools, yeah.
I'm very, very stupid.
Other games still going. No, literally every game's finished now. Wow. Oh no, one game. Radiance versus Dare Red. Neither. Oh, Dare
Is
might be
that,
streaming.
That's High's org, isn't it? Radiance?
It is. You are correct.
They've been around a while, haven't they?
Also correct. Yeah.
Oh.
Let me see. They're streaming their games they were earlier. I don't know if they are now. Yeah, they did yesterday, but it would appear that they are not today. Unlucko.
Unlucky. Sheesh, that damage from the Gwen was not okay.
That was all in like 3 fights as well.
Yeah. 28k, by the way, if you're watching the stream.
Yes.
That is-
28,000 damage from Gwyneth.
I don't like Gwen.
I've never played Gwen actually. Actually never.
I've never played Set. Hold on, I'm actually going to load up my client and see what champs I've got Zero Mastery on. I think I might have played like an ARAM of Set.
I think I have Zero Mastery on Tryndamere or Sona. And maybe one of the new champions as well. Like,
Yeah. Oh yeah, the new ones. Like, but I respect that no mastery on Tryndamere. That is, I expect. I'm impressed that like in the low moments after playing against a Tryndamere that absolutely hard carries and dumpsters, you
Yeah.
go, no, I'm better than that.
I am. It's because I am better
I'm
than
not.
that.
I've got in mastery 7.
What?
I
Crazy.
think. Oh no, it's 6. It's 6. Okay.
Lol, nerd.
Nah. Yeah.
I have a load of Mastery
Low
7
bob.
champions.
Mine are literally either supports, ADCs, or melee bruisers,
Nice.
or like right clickers. Hold on. Well, I've got Udyr, Master Yi, Warwick, and Jax all at 7.
Nice.
And then I've got Sivir, Twitch, Ezreal, Jinx, Tristana, and Ashe at 7. And then I've also got Thresh, Alistair, Nautilus, Blitzcrank, and Lulu at 7.
Oh,
So,
okay.
like, I do 3 things. I
Yeah.
don't like mid lane.
It would appear not. It says ball stance.
Oh, I played like I streamed for 2 days on that.
Yeah.
And then I was like, actually, I really don't enjoy playing mid or playing on a Smurf.
Yeah. That's something that you do realize.
It's just, the games just aren't fun.
No.
Like, I'm at that point where I was at the point where I was starting to get into proper Smurf territory, and off-rolling against a Smurf is not fun. So yeah, I've got 0 mastery on Rel, Vex, Set, and Kiana.
Oh, okay. I think I've played the odd Set and Kiana game.
I just like,
This is the wrong account for it. I'm not going to log out and click on the right account and what have you. Where are Radiance and Dare Red? Can they finish their game?
Please, Radiant.
Pretty please, guys. Let's see. What are the standings looking like? So who's out for the night? Any surprises? No. Any teams that we would maybe expect? Oh, did Dare Red win? Is that just gone through now? It says they won. Dare beat Radiance. Yeah, they did. Okay. Jeez. That's a surprise. Yeah. That is a surprise. GG's to Dare. That's insane, actually.
August tweeted Zeri can one-shot inhibs and Nexus if she builds AP, bug or feature.
Oh. Horse champ? We don't know. Maybe we'll leave it in. Oh.
Ooh. Uh-huh. We're such Geminis here at Riot Games.
Wouldn't it be so quirky?
I love Joey. She's really quirky.
I love using quirky ironically now. It's kind of my thing. All right,
I don't get what all the hate from the community about the Disney champions.
Me either.
I believe is the way they're termed.
Oh, okay. So earlier, right? This dude adds me. I started talking about this, and he was angry. Like he was sad or angry. I'm not sure which one.
Both.
Yeah, and he starts calling me, fat, overweight. Starts profaning as well. There's a few choice words going in there.
That's not good.
And I said, you know what? I'm used to people online being weird. I just accept it and let them use me as a vent so that they can feel better. And I always make sure to ask, do you feel better after they've, intrusively flamed me? And my family as well. That's always good.
Oh, nice.
You got to give them do you feel better now? And then they go, I was never sad in the first place. And I was like,
you were.
Are you sure? And then he goes,
Yeah.
I hit him. I finally got somebody with this. He played semi-pro apparently for 3 years, and then he like
everyone has.
he told me like he's like I played semi-pro for 3 years at this game. I'm just so curious as to how you're so bad, 1,000 games hard stuck, and you can still keep having fun. And I was like, oh, when? And then he goes, oh, like a few years ago. And I went, no, when did I ask? And I was like, and I fucking got his ass. I was so happy. I was in game at the time. I was gonna screenshot it and post it to Twitter immediately, but he unfriended me before I got out of game.
Oh no, I hate that. Just let me keep the box open a little bit longer.
I was absolutely loving life after that one. And I told him that I was a caster as well. Yeah. I was like, he was like, I'm just so curious as to how somebody with no hands can keep playing the game. And I was like, yeah, me too, I guess. I'll just keep making a living off this. It's no big deal. And he was like, no fucking way. There's no chance. I was like, yeah, I guess. And then he just kept on insulting me, and I was like, yeah, you must be right. It's just, I don't know why people keep paying me to talk to cast over their games. And he was like, no shot, you're a caster. And I was like, I mean, here I am, you know? Crazy, isn't it? Just continuously.
Oh, so I had a similar interaction. I don't know if you saw it, so I did post this on Twitter because I was like, that'd be really funny.
Yeah.
But it was some discussion about coaches and like them not being like top level.
Oh yeah, I did see this.
And I said something along the lines of, just for the benefit of the stream. I said something like, I've got it here actually. Very few of the world's best LoL coaches have significant playing experience at the highest level. Doesn't stop them from winning championships. The ability to learn, critique, and develop conceptual understanding are skills within themselves. Which I think anyone that understands what a coach is, and has had exposure to decent coaches, would broadly agree with that. Person responds, in the best case, most coaches are just facilitators. In the worst, just leeches. And I go, it's not the case. Some are facilitators, but a lot of them have really good game knowledge. And you'll see challenger players asking players that have peaked master, who are coaches, for matchup advice. All stuff that I know is true. They respond, yeah, sure, buddy, dream your dreams. And I go, do you know what, actually? Do you know what? I don't need to. I recently hosted a show where I talked to some top ERL coaches. I also regularly chat with challenger players that I've met through casting. Just
That's my
sending the
favorite.
screenshots. Yeah, it's like Sherpa, who's now coaching in or doing an analyst for LVP. Torok, who's on JDXL, the XL Academy team. You got loads of people that have like won that sort of stuff. And it's just crazy that like people online will automatically assume that another person's opinion is completely invalid. And that they can't have had a different path to get to the knowledge that they have. They just have to be wrong.
Yeah.
It's such a ridiculous mindset.
I love stubborn people. They're my favourites.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, it is. As long as you can laugh at it, it's hilarious. So long as you can get past the fact that it's obscene, it's hilarious.
Change your mind when presented with new information that contradicts your existing worldview. Don't dig your heels in.
No.
It's very cringe. You will never get better at anything if you assume that
you're always right all the time.
You're always right, yeah. That's absolutely not the case. Being bad, being wrong is the first step to being right and being better at something. And there is nothing wrong with being ignorant unless you are intentionally ignorant.
Yeah.
A little bit of a soapbox there.
Well, a little bit. It's fine though.
Bit. I'm just padding. There better be a League of Legends game coming up at some point.
There better be. You're quite right.
Better be. Have we got any word on that front? That's a no.
well, believe it or not, Middlecott, the only 2 4-0 teams are going to go against each other. Other than that, At the minute, we don't know.
I think that might be being streamed on the main Unified channel.
Perchance, you would be correct to believe. I don't want to leak it because it's.
Ooh.
Oh no, never mind. It's not leaked. It's on their channel now. It's fine.
Okay.
Who'd have thought seeds 1 and 2 are now battling it out as the 2 4-0 teams?
I mean, that sounds exciting, right?
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Unified 2 is going to take a 2-2 game.
Whoa! Someone's just messaged me asking when the next Coach Corner's coming out.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
That's a thrill, a chill.
Ooh. I don't believe I've interacted with this person before. But assuming that they're in chat, don't currently have plans for another episode. Because one of the things that we did notice towards the end, is that it's very difficult for you to get topics to actually talk about a lot of the time.
Yeah, consistently.
It's a lot easier to have those shows be a bit more reactive. So if something has happened, if a pro player has come out and said something, or there's been some change in the scene,
Drama.
specifically related to coaching, not necessarily drama, but
You're hosting a soap opera.
Something to talk about. When there's something to talk about, it's a lot easier to make a show like that. I want to bring it back because I really enjoyed it as an idea and as a format, and I think coaching is something that doesn't get anywhere near as much airtime as it should do, and it leads to bad opinions like the one I was just talking about, where people don't actually understand how important coaches can be, because it's not something, unless you're playing at the sort of top couple of percentage of pro, that you're not really going to be exposed to a coach which is actually any good.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
I think that's a big thing as well. I think a lot of people that play semi comp around the sort of high diamond to low master level, you're going to be having coaches there that are of a similar quality, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're not going to have a top tier coach coaching at that level, so the experience of a player at that point is going to be less than optimal, I think, with the coaches. Obviously, there are some diamonds in the rough, but those tend to get promoted pretty quickly.
Yeah, exactly. You do get picked up fairly speedily if you know what you're talking about.
Yeah, not as speedily as you should do.
Unfortunately, not.
Yeah,
Nepotism and what have you.
Nepotism. I think also it's difficult to see like the sort of proof in the pudding, I guess, with coaching. Like, obviously, results are great, but fundamentally, there are scenarios where a team will be incredibly good and win, not despite of their coach, but definitely be more of a driving force behind their success than the coach.
Yeah, I think
conversely, you can have really good coaches that you just can't polish a turd. So
yeah. I think that it comes as well. I think the majority of it, from what I've learned, comes from player vouchers. Like, players have to vouch for coaches, you know? I think that's like the main thing anyway.
And if the player doesn't know what they're looking for, then that's really difficult.
Also true.
And that feels kind of backwards to me in a lot of scenarios, because I think that if you're building a roster and you don't have your head coach at least having some say in that, you can end up with some really, really bad rosters that would look great on paper and look great on OPGG or whatever, but then fundamentally there's a load of stylistic differences.
And they go boom.
That just booms it.
I
mean, that's why super teams have had so many failings over the years. I don't think they're as disastrous as a lot of people make them out to be. And I think the definition of a super team is so vague and poorly defined that it's not really a useful term a lot of the time.
Yeah, actually true.
But I think
KT super team.
Yeah, it's like, no, it's not.
We've pulled 5 random players together that are all very good.
Why, are you calling Aria a random?
No, I meant like 4 years ago.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that roster, yeah.
I'm not calling Arya random in front of a LJL representative.
Yeah, no, that is... That is not a good call. That is not a good
No
call.
Brazilian imports, unfortunately. No
No
Brazilian.
The person that
no Brazilians
messaged
went
me
to
has just
Korea.
followed me. Oh, you're a coach for Nariki. I love Nariki.
They win
Big
this
fan of them
weekend.
guys.
This week?
Hmm?
Did they win this week?
No, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
I always like them. Finnish people are very, very cool.
Hmm.
And anyone that is involved with Finnish people is also very, very, very cool. Oh. Yeah, we got a Petoska Riven game though.
I did see that.
Yeah, maybe I want to see it pop off a little bit.
Yeah. I was going to say,
That's
did
cool.
it not lose?
Yeah. You know, I was impressed by Singularity though.
Yes. That was like game
that-
1, right? Like game 1
Yeah,
was insane.
that roster should not have done as good as it did.
Yeah.
And I think if their jungler had smited the Baron, then they win.
Well, yes.
They didn't. Yeah, it's a rough time, and I think a lot of those players, that is the biggest stage that they've ever played on, like in terms of level, like
Yeah.
even remotely.
They're all playing remote, right? Aren't they?
Yeah, it's all remote. I think they might have a LAN finals though in Berlin, which would be pretty cool to go to. We're kind of just having a chat now.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm assuming that we're progressing closer and closer towards a game.
You know, so am I, Middlecop, but can neither
You never
confirm
know.
nor deny.
You never know.
There's a chance that there's actually not a chance that the game gets called off. There's going to be games somewhere. It's just
There is always League of Legends.
yeah. We'll stay up on co-stream LPL, right?
Yeah.
In
I don't think we'd be allowed to do that, unfortunately.
also true.
Mm.
I don't know. I can't. I'm waiting to see if people decide to start filling in the teams. I think this is a public sheet. I can show you this.
Okay.
We're waiting for these things to be filled in.
It's got tournament codes. Probably not a public sheet, but
It's
it says public.
I mean,
Ah.
I'm only showing you anyway. It's fine, but like, I don't know.
It's weird that the tournament codes are public.
Yeah, pretty weird, but hey.
Well, I mean,
I guess if
as
you're
long as-
interested enough to like ask for the doc, then
ah.
you're probably not a weirdo that's just gonna join and hold the queue, like hold the lobby hostage, are you? Like, can you imagine just you logging in now and going, just saying, "Hi, my name's Jeffrey."
I don't obviously know like how they're organizing it, like with the TO or something. But I'm pretty sure that if you have like 10 people use a tournament code and play the game out, it will just auto update on the site or whatever.
Yeah,
I think once you've got the code, you can pretty much do whatever you want.
I think that they are. There's no site. I think they're doing all this in house.
In which case, it probably doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, this is just for
Yeah.
whatever's sake. Like, they can just generate a new one if they need to.
Mm.
Oh, we got a game.
Oh, a League of Legends.
No, it's this one.
Oh, okay.
It's one that we will likely not be covering,
Oh,
unfortunately.
well, someone's got a game.
Yeah, somebody's going to be playing for Seed 31.
Oh, that's a big money match.
That is.
That is. Rumble in the Jungle.
How do
Thriller
these-
in Melina.
How do these
Thriller
guys
in
know who they're
Frinda-
playing? What's going on?
Hmm. This is what I love. I love that, like, in the same tournament, we've got Golden Guardians Academy
Yeah.
and Dinka Never Homeless Again.
Yeah, the best name. Did you see their? You didn't see their logo
Unfortunately not.
on
No.
the reveal show. That was a banger.
Oh, no.
It was maybe the best Microsoft Paint job you could think of.
Oh, I love it. I love
Yeah.
it.
I'm gonna scroll through probably 3 days of Unified tweets to try and find it now.
It's got to be done. Got to be done. If you're not
Okay.
using Paint to make your logo and your roster announcements, what are you doing?
Worse than Dignitas Academy.
No.
Sorry, it's their fault.
I always find myself underwhelmed by roster announcements. The LEC ones recently have been pretty nice, to be fair.
Mm-hmm. I saw a
Did you see
tweet.
the video that Misfits put out?
Negative.
The Officio. Oh, very, very good. Actually, incredibly entertaining.
Okay.
I recommend it.
Okay. I saw a tweet saying that the LEC spring teaser, like the video song with Chrissy, was just not a teaser. It was as teasers go, very bad.
It was a song.
Yeah.
It was a song.
Yeah, exactly.
I think, look, I watched the behind the scenes, and I think that Against the Current had actually come up with the song already.
Yep.
And then approached Riot, or like there was some communication that I don't think was like official, but obviously like that they've worked together a bunch before, so there's that relationship there.
Yeah.
And then Vedius and Dracos are kind of just like, yo, we think we can add to the song here, and everyone went, yeah, this is great. And they liked it. I do. Unfortunately, I am going to commit heresy and say that I prefer the non-LEC version of the song.
Okay.
Sorry, don't shoot me. But I still, it's a different flavor. Like it's a different vibe that you're going for. I want the LEC back is an absolute banger, but the emotional state that I have to be in to enjoy it is specifically wanting the LEC back.
Oh, okay.
It's not the sort of thing that I can't like chuck it in my like party playlist.
Fair.
Unless I'm partying with a bunch of other nerds.
What do you mean? How many teams are there still battling it out? Oh god, there's so many teams at 2-2. Well, that's okay. This is how Swiss bracket works, in fairness. So
it's the entire point of the bracket.
Who have we got?
I don't know.
I think we'll probably be. We are likely going to be on Supernova again.
Woohoo!
Which is absolutely
cool.
A-okay by me. They are versus Grandview University.
That's a Yorkshireman describing the location of a house, isn't it? Or the setting of a house.
I guess, yeah. Yeah, why not?
Favorite caster live again? Yeah, I am live here on the Rude Dude channel.
Thanks, guys. Hey, Jake, how you doing, dude? It's me. This is that's the first time I've called him by his actual real name and not called him Yake.
Yake?
His name, I'm doxing him. His name's Jake. I've called him Jake.
To be fair, that there is a lot of humor in like pronouncing every single J as a soft J for no reason.
Yeah.
It's just funny.
I call it. Yeah. He's been called Yake in my mind for many times, many moons now.
It's got to be done. It's got to be done.
It really does.
Yalvin.
Yarvin.
Yalvin.
Radiance versus No Ace is going to be on the other team. So we've got Supernova to ourselves if we fancy it.
Wonderful. I'm more than up for that.
Ooh, okay. I need to do some coordination now. Where's my mans?
For all the Americans viewing, what Rude Dude actually said there was, "Where are all my buddies?"
Yeah.
You might be looking for mans, Rude Dude, but you better watch out for ops.
That's true. I mean, these guys might also be classed as ops, honestly.
Oh dear.
I'm actively seeking out the ops, in fact. Oh yeah, we just got poached. That's fine.
We are whatever the name of this event is, we are doing.
Yeah.
Proving Grounds Circuit 1 qualifier.
It's in the title.
Showdown tournament presented by Unified, featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. Add Knuckles.
So we're not doing Supernova.
No.
Supernova got taken by the bigger stream. It's on me.
My heart has been broken.
But we do get Maryville, so
Oh, nice.
we've it's a less important. Are they in game? My guy's okay. He can't be starting. The dude for Maryville is in a ranked game.
Oh,
No.
you're in the middle of a tournament. I could understand at the start.
My guy's playing Talon. He's getting that elo, boy.
Can we spectate him?
We can, yeah, but why is he? All right. Chat issues. Okay, cool. Thank you for the update. All right. We're not doing that one. We're doing this one.
I'm really glad that I've not prepped for any of these because I'd be really disappointed if I didn't know what game I'd be casting.
Yeah, this is a fun one. So we're casting Maryville versus the team who we just saw lose on the co-stream
Okay.
at the end. That popped up, scooped.
Scooped, yes.
Yes.
Scoop.
Alrighty. Yeah. Okay. They're just not playing with this guy. That's fine. He's gone into solo queue. He's got his elo to get.
Yeah. Mental state has been destroyed.
Yeah. Immediately back at it again.
My mental state has been destroyed. Solo queue.
I see. I recall now. You must be talking of solo queue.
It's like those massages where they walk on your back. I swear that doesn't make you feel better.
Okay, I know what you mean. I've never had one.
Well, neither have I, but just the concept of it seems to be really unappealing.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Just some.
Oh, okay. Yake. We're gonna cast the Maryville versus No Team game in the Proving Grounds. It's actually not even in the title. It's on me. Proving Grounds Circuit Qualifier. We're waiting for. We finished casting the game of Supernova versus Taco Gaming.
Yep.
Well done, me. No, it's okay. So, right now, there's a open qualifier for the Proving Grounds Circuit Qualifier, double qualifiers.
Yep.
Which is a lot of fun. So this is an open qualifier for a different qualifier. You did that on this stream. I did, yes, correct. We are now going to do another game in the same tournament. But this one has less stakes. This is for seeding of the group stage instead of if you make it into groups or not.
I mean,
Yes.
Seeding is still important.
Seeding is still important.
Very, very important. Oh.
4-on-1 versus 3-on-2 is a distinct difference.
Yeah.
Particularly when you get put into these different groups.
It could be really brutal, actually.
Yeah, and also notoriously, Maryville get trashed. Or not? They don't get trashed in groups, but they get trashed by the group's draw. They've always had bad groups.
It's unfortunate. Is it Maryville or Maryville?
Maryville, I believe.
Maryville. Okay.
You're gonna do that on so no, we're doing this here on my stream right now. The unified streams are doing other games, so we've just taken a game that doesn't have any coverage of it, and we're gonna put it out there.
Yeah.
People.
Show the world.
Yeah, boy.
Make it happen.
I believe that we've just been tweeted at somewhere as well.
We've been atted.
Well, we've not been atted, but the Maryville Twitter has probably posted. I believe we're getting people in.
People.
Yeah.
Watching us. This stream.
They're folk. They're gonna be very
what an
confused.
What an awful decision you've made.
They're gonna join. They haven't even tweeted it. Never mind. They're gonna join the Twitch and then just see me. Which is not what they signed up for. Let me change the title as well so that people know I'm not scamming them. Maryville versus No Team.
No team. Oh, excellent.
What a great name.
I
They're doing
mean-
a bunch of different games. Yes, yeah. They've got 2 games on their 2 streams. We're doing a game on our stream. Proving Grounds Pod has got one. Esports AoE have got one of their games.
There's a lot of League of Legends.
Glaive Esports have got theirs that I can see. I think that's it. There's probably a few player streams as well. So, you are. This is Middlecott, right? On Twitter.
At Middlecott is me.
Oh,
Is
okay.
my Twitter.
I did your
Yeah.
Twitch instead.
No, I don't use that.
No, I didn't send it anywhere. That's what
Okay.
sprung to my mind.
Yeah. No, it's irritating because when I made the sort of Twitch and the Twitter username, I thought it was very, very funny and very intelligent.
You know, you can
Well,
change your Twitter at, right?
I should probably change it to just like Middlecott Casts or something.
Yeah.
Or Middlecott LOL or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Might
it
be a good
is
idea.
a bit unwieldy.
There is a chance, yes.
Oh.
Okay. Can I?
But saying that, I probably won't in the end. You know,
Yeah, like realistically.
it's a good idea. Therefore, I won't do it.
Yeah, it's a great notion that I will proceed to ignore.
Mm. Yeah.
So who is on red? It is Big MU. Maryville.
Maryville.
Oh, oh.
Oh.
Oh dear, we've reached D-Gen hours over here, boys. There's
Oh,
2
dear.
UK casters doing the NA amateur scene, and we've got to 2:15, and we've started making woof woof noises.
Yeah. No. I'm trying to imitate the sort of like the. I'm not going to say that word. The spirit
Mm.
of a collegiate, I don't know, football stadium or something.
I see.
Friend here. It's Middlecott. Hello.
This is
Right.
Middlecott. Hello.
Yeah.
Um,
This is Middlecott. Middlecott is me.
God damn it.
So what is it? It's Maryville and then no team. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just getting my my little notes ready.
Correct. You little blue tacks.
A little. It's got to be done. Got to be done. I think there's some. There's a Prime League Div 1 team called No Need Auger. I don't have an org. It's very, very, very strange way that it ends up happening. Oh.
They don't have any mods in the chat, but if they did, they could add this command and it'd be great.
Yeah. Oh. Just like copy paste that permanently.
Yeah, we'll just
Oh.
mod me.
gotta be done.
Viscero, you're getting modded. Do you know how to add things? Can you add mods? I don't know if you can.
You can, yeah. I think
Vic-
just slash
Vic has no
slash
idea.
mod and then their name.
Oh yeah, but that sounds like a bad idea. I don't know. I know Vic very well, and it sounds like a bad idea to mod him. You know,
Yes.
it's one of those. Who are we waiting for?
Yeah, what's going on?
I'm absolutely fine. Can I do adcom myself? Let me see.
Oh. I think we've got everyone in the lobby now.
Hey, there we go.
And we're going to have a draft lol, looks like.
That's the hope.
Hopium.
Sword check. Opavia's in the chat. Let's go. Does this work?
Okay.
I bet it doesn't. I'm almost certain. Yeah. I think you need like there are so many like third party stream sites
What
that
you
you need.
No, message that guy Moobot. I see him doing a lot of stuff in people's chats. and
Oh,
stuff.
okay. Thank
Real
you.
trooper.
Yeah, Moobot really is.
Yeah, he's a
Absolute legend of the scene, honestly.
he's
The
a
next
legend.
the next Winter's Ward, some say.
Big fan of Moobot and his brother Nightbot. Why has he just put that in? Why has he just put that in lobby chat?
For what?
He's just asking you guys like NFTs.
It's just gotta check, you know. Oh, they've already started.
Oh shoot! We need to get in there.
Why is their name NFT? Is that their
'Cause
hex?
No freaking team.
Oh, okay,
That's-
never mind.
yeah.
Alright. That's fine. We have a draft, guys. This is
Woo!
already a scuffed cast. When we get into the game, we have to focus, okay?
I
I don't mind
promise
memeing the
nothing.
draft. We're gonna chill on the draft a little bit.
Yeah. Because it's a draft line, we're gonna have the 3-minute delay anyway.
And realistically, anybody that watches the VOD back are gonna mute us on 1.5x this.
Yeah.
So I don't mind.
Yeah. That's what I do all my VOD reviews on.
Exactly. And I know this because I do the same to everyone. So I'm not offended at the people. I'm just being real. So
I feel bad when I do it, but sometimes I just need to get through the game. I just need to watch
yeah.
it. And draw my own points.
The self ban. Hate to see it. Banning away your own team's talent.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Kind of weird.
He's just not there. He's just not playing.
Are we Caitlyn in this? This looks like the Caitlyn angle, honestly.
Yeah.
Where's Caitlyn? Pick
That's
it.
fine.
Pick it now.
Caitlyn Jinx, all gonna
Oh,
happen.
there we
There
go. Jinx Thresh, Jinx Lulu. That's the answer.
Very good. So Rudin, I kind of want to pick your brains a little bit on this.
Oh, okay.
This
Wee works.
Caitlyn
Yeah.
a bit more. What is it that has caused her to rise in popularity? in the way
TP
she has
change.
done? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't
So
know.
I guess it's,
I think
it's a bit more.
It's you can.
The lane dominance.
Yeah.
Is a bit more valuable.
Exactly. You can't get punished as hard for just slamming waves on repeat. Like you can't get TP flanked anywhere near as often. Oh, there we go. We've been atted.
Oh, excellent.
Come, Maryville people.
Woohoo! Let's go. Oh. Da-da-da.
But yeah, it's TP change, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we go Jarvan here. Jarvan on 3. The classic, or do we go something else? Like junglers, junglers there are a lot of. So
here. Yeah.
okay, and then we go Thresh for the Thresh for the Jinx.
You're doing well. You're doing well so far.
Oh,
no!
oh,
No!
Sign me up! Sign me up!
Holy moly!
All right, and then we. I mean, this is just anybody's game. This is literally you can ban any solo lane as you fancy.
Yeah.
Victor maybe. Victor on blue
really
side.
I really like when teams do this like bot lane and jungle
Yeah.
draft. It's so good for securing you matchups, and also you're getting the less important picks out of the way at the beginning, right?
True.
Like,
yeah.
Like I feel like bot lane 2v2s, but especially jungle matchups are so much more influenced by what's going on the other parts of the map rather than necessarily the individual champions.
Yes. Yeah. I think that your solo lanes, like your jungle matchup, can go either way. You're always so dependent on your solo lanes, regardless. So getting prio for them is much more valuable than anything else.
Well, and that's why we're seeing the Syndra and Mundo being banned, right? They're two champions that can kind of just hit you very hard and make it impossible.
I wonder what they ban, because we could just see Corki Victor traded again.
Yeah,
which would be snooze, and getting rid of getting rid of GP Niles, and that's not the pick I would go to. Honestly, but I'm excited.
Okay.
So the thing is, if you don't care about seeding, this is a throwaway game. They should care about seeding.
Your
and
account drops to 0.
and they should care about seeding, right? Like this is.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they don't by any means. Vex is good versus Jarvan, like just as a standard, and also if you're using your you have to use your ult aggressively. So anyway, to use your ult, rude, fool, but. Vex is very good versus dive, like that's why she slams LeBlanc. Gwen is an interesting one. Do we go Camille here? Don't people pick Gwen into Camille? I feel like I've watched EU a lot to say that they do that, but I feel like they just skill match up this here.
I mean, you can take that right. Like, we've already talked about Niles being pretty decent player,
Mm-hmm.
so I think they'd be happy to do that.
Dragoon on the Gwen. Interesting. Corki. Okay.
Corky.
Not the Victor. Shaking my head.
Yeah, come on. Got to pick something exciting.
This is a really good poke Corki game so far. There's no engage from Maryville to stop a Corki right now.
Are the Vex Xinjiao not enough?
Vex, yes. Xin no. Xin Zhao's outranged by rockets. Okay, I like cannon.
Ooh. Couple of aggressive AP Yordles here for
Yeah.
Maryville.
This is good. I like the cannon pick. I'm a big fan. Not an air conditioning unit, a fan. Just so there's no confusion.
Do you know? Do you hear? In I think it's South Korea. There's like something where you can't leave an air conditioning unit on or a fan on at night because there's this sort of superstition, this belief, that some horrible monster will come and, I don't know, nick your spleen or something.
Can safely say no. I was not
No.
aware of the South Korean superstition regarding air conditioning units.
Stealing your spleen. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a niche one. It's a niche one. Only hardcore LCK fans.
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, that's fair. LCK casters, LCK fans, all of the which. 2 a.m. casts, yep, Oak, we're here for the long haul. This has been my life in casting, honestly.
Yeah. And I've just found out that I can actually waking up anyone in the house. So given the fact that I went to bed at 4 o'clock in the morning yesterday and I slept all day today, probably not going to be the case. No.
No leaks. No leaks.
No leaks.
Nobody, I don't think anybody can. Oh, people can join actually. Oh no.
It's an unfortunate circumstance.
Well, if anybody joins the lobby because they managed to write down the tournament code in that time, then kudos.
Yeah. You
Yeah,
deserve
you deserve it.
You
Yeah.
deserve it. Whoever like left the champ select, you're subbing in for them now.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. I'm not going to call out who goofed, but if you were following the draft, you know who goofed. So
But we're back in it. We're
we're among
I think
friends.
we should probably talk about the compositions at this point, Rude Dude.
Yeah, maybe.
Because I don't think the lobby's going to get remade again. Surely.
Surely, right? Right. Right.
Ugh.
Okay, so we have got NFT who have gone for Caitlyn Lux. Whenever you draft Caitlyn Lux, you're playing to Caitlyn Lux. What your goal here is to force 5 plates bot lane, 5 plates top lane, 5 plates mid lane. If you do that, you win the game. Likelihood is they're not going to get all of those, right? Like, Maryville are going to put up a better defense than just giving them 15 plates in a game. Their goal with a fairly self-sufficient bot lane, Jinx is a very good champion at not getting dove because she can clear waves with rockets very quickly. 3 autos typically is enough post level 5 to be able to just clear out the backline of minions. And then Thresh freed up to roam a little bit here to a top side which has got a lot of setup. Kennen, Vex, Xin Zhao, all of which have got their own CC, a lot of damage. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a Azog who's subbing in left on a bit of an island. And then the top side. Obviously, that's going to be pretty dangerous though, because you don't want to island the Caitlyn Lux lane.
That's the thing. I think if you isolate Kate Lux versus Jinx, well, she can clear waves with rockets. She gets pushed in, and maybe not going to be 15 plates of the dream, but there's going to be a fair few in there.
Yeah.
Maybe we get to double digits. I am worried for Azog about what happens when the first package comes down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you can talk about Jinx having a lot of safety under that tower, but there's a lot of lockdown with the Jarvan, and then that package as well is such an effective tool for Blaze to actually get on top of you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you put this Jinx behind, we saw when we were spectating the game with Scooped in earlier, that they can pop off on these AD carries.
Yeah.
Obviously weren't able to actually end up winning that game. But I think if they get themselves a lead, they can do a fair bit with it.
And what I'm excited by, to take a bit of a broader stance whilst we've got like 3.5 minutes left, is I want to see some development here, because we were watching that co-stream and like the two pivotal team fights, Blaze was caught out. And, you know, ultimately, like if he was alive, would have been pumping out way more damage, could have turned the tides of that fight. I want to see Blaze, you know, improving in those late game team fights. No, I'm not flaming this guy. He's clearly a very good player. But, you know, in those pivotal moments, do you need to be careful? So that's... These guys are both going to be in groups. This is a game for seeding. So it is that, you know, I'm going to get a chance to see Blaze as well and be like, okay, this is distinct improvement. This is, okay, maybe, you know, something that needs a bit more time to work on.
Yeah. Pressure's a little bit off. Obviously, the seeding is very important. I think on the Corki, you're going to have a little bit of a better time at being safe. Obviously, Victor, no dashes, does have the gravity field, but that doesn't stop if you've already been picked, if you've already been one-shot.
Yes.
The Shadow Surge is going to be big here. I think if the Vex is able to get on top of the Corki, there's not a lot of tools to actually provide protection to him. There's not a Lulu, there's not a Shen. Yeah, Lux is there, throws out the shield. That's 200 HP. It's not really going to stop you from getting one shot.
No, you're
ultimately,
right.
Especially if Niles can find a good flank angle as well.
Yeah, I think Get Back has been playing very well, just consistently throughout the entire tournament so far. Throughout these entire Open qualifiers, I've been consistently impressed by what he's been able to do. Certainly going to be looking toward Azog and Odd Orange. They've not been playing with the team, at least in these OQs. So there is an opportunity for the slight lapse in synergy to be there, but Shady and Odd Orange have been playing together for forever. Odd Orange and Niles, the exact same. So that, you know, great. They've not been playing together for the last 3 weeks. How about the last 2 years? You know, like, you
could be a little rusty, but like riding a bike, once you get back into the rhythm of things, it comes back very, very quickly.
And there is an argument to be made for whether or not that will come back in this first game, because you know that is the worst time, or that is like the worst game, isn't it? Right, like your first game back after a break is always I haven't played this game in forever, you know. And I'm not saying Odd Orange just stopped playing solo queue, but playing with the team, it's the same sort of principle.
It's the one where you go, this doesn't actually count if you're playing solo queue. If you're playing a competitive game for seeding, it counts a little bit more. So we'll have to see how he's able to adapt. Sometimes it can just be like you never left, right? And it just clicks instantly. Sometimes it does take a little bit more time for you to move into that space and get your head in the sort of right place.
And something else for at least this jungle matchup here. Odd Orange is a fairly storied player in amateur at this stage in his career. Has been around for a long, long time. Where Griffin is absolute youth of the amateur scene right here. Still a teenager, I think 16, 17 years old.
Yep, those are teenager years.
Yep, thank you. You know, sort of tapping on the general sniper age front here. So there's a distinct difference in experience between these junglers, and I wonder how much that is going to affect the matchup. I know that having spoken to people who have seen Griffin when like watching his streams, for example, they're always very impressed with how not necessarily laid back, but how calm and mature he is. That's the word I want to use. How mature this guy is when thinking about the game, and can articulate what he wants to do very well. So if that translates over into, you know, the rest of the team, then that's certainly going to be fairly good.
I love seeing young players that
prove people wrong that kids can't play
prove
games.
People wrong
yeah.
and feel like they've got maturity beyond their years. It's such an asset for a team to have someone that is coming in with the correct mindset, that wants to improve, that wants to learn, that wants to grow as a player. And I mean, that's exactly what this sort of circuit is for, right? It's that step to get towards, hopefully, the LCS.
Yeah, quite right. You've hit the nail on the head with that one. The end goal, right, is obviously LCS Worlds, what have you, for these teams. So they can, you know, make a bit of a statement here, particularly in amateur when they can't play in academy. Griffin. Oh,
5 stack here from Maryville. Light binding thrown out. The death sentence not quite long enough. Need a few more characters on that one if you're going to pick up a first blood there.
Imagine not flashing. Shady, absolute restraint on the
Needs
flash.
to happen. Is running the glacial actually on this Thresh. We've been seeing a lot more of that during this season. Those slow rays, the damage mitigation as well is good, but no aftershock means that there isn't really a true tank for Maryville.
You're quite right. We're going to be seeing the front line act as simple zoners, essentially. We're going to have Vex fearing the front line, Zinzao, Audacious Charge, Kennen just providing zoning with Slice on Maelstrom. There's plenty of front line here for Maryville. It may not be your conventional Ornn Malphite style of front line, but there will be space for Azog to fire off these autos to, you know, generate a bit of DPS here. The sort of concern, worry, however you want to phrase it, is that the peel comes in the form of Shady. And outside of that, you know, unless you're using Kennen ult defensively, which in this game can have its uses, you know, Gwen and Jarvan.
Ooh, what a hook from Shady. Scooped. Throws out the cleanse early on. Not going to be much more than that, but that's a good start.
And First Strike Corki in the mid lane. You find it very difficult to fail with First Strike procs on a Corki lane. You just press the E, and typically before anybody gets in range, you've already started to whittle them away with a little bit of damage. So should be a good enough matchup for Blaze early on. Level 2's bot.
Yeah, flash forward from Shady. Exhaust drop down onto Azog. The death sentence goes wide, and now the damage is being traded back by NFT. You can't funge that one. First blood for Scooped. Shady looking to pick up a retribution kill. Takes a tower shot and will not pick it up. 2 kills for no team.
Really well played on the bot side. They recognize that if they stick around and kill that final minion, they're going to get level 2. Caitlyn Lux 2v2. Absolutely devastating here, and particularly...
Niles going forward onto Dragoon, running the ghost. No flash on this Gwen.
He's
Just going to be
fine.
forced out.
Just barely. Yeah, certainly getting a bit ahead of myself there, thinking that this guy's going to be absolutely fine. Got very low in that skirmish, and will probably be forced to at least take a TP or you know, sit under turret. A little bit worse for Ware, licking his wounds for a little bit right now. Looks like that's going to be the option as TP. Not going to be expended, but D shield plus potions going to be able to tick him up quite enough. Nice trades in the mid lane here.
Onto Blaze, yeah. Getting back at his opposite number for poking during that laning phase. Hey,
Good one.
I should have saved that for later.
You should have done. That's
That's
a really good
more
one,
consequential, yeah.
and you've ruined it.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
What's looking quite ruined right now is the bot lane for Maryville. We talked about this Caitlyn Lux being a duo that you need to get an advantage in the laning phase with, and they have done just that. And because of the way that the pathing has worked out, Odd Orange now on his bot side, but doesn't really have a gank opportunity unless they want to go for a dive in a second.
Yeah, they need to go right now on the play essentially. Shady has no flash to facilitate this Zinzao gank, you know Lantern Flash style. But what they have done is swept all 3 of these brushes.
Yeah, but that's just going to clue them in. The death sentence connect regardless. And that's just going to be Odd Orange picking up an easy kill onto Jisuka.
Yeah, like I said, they had to go then and now before the wave crashed under the turret, and unfortunately, Jisuka just gives them the hook. And maybe if there's no Zinzao there, you can take that trade, and there just happened to be a Zinzao waiting in the brush. Griffin not ready in time there, and ultimately a quick trade back, sort of alleviating a bit of the pressure of the bot lanes, but the kill doesn't go on to Azog there. It is Odd Orange that picks that one up. We'll have to wait and see if he can translate that lead around the rest of the map here, because there is a decided advantage so far for Niles on this top side. Granted, that CS is even, but he's been getting out ahead on top of those trades, and the wave as well is in a very good spot. You can see Jisuka is already in this top lane as the Lux to try and break that freeze and force Niles to just, you know, have a normal laning phase essentially.
And that's such a smart, just switched on thing to do as well. Scoot was shoving in that bot lane, so there was no real need for the Lux to be around. So you might as well go help your top laner out, break that freeze, and set yourself up for a good play. Blaze might be in a little bit of trouble here as Orange does get the W over the wall and will force Blaze to flash back. So staying alive, but is going to be a lot less safe on that Corki.
Yeah, and you've seen Get Back actually just really nailing this Vex so far. He's been landing E after E fear, has been coming through time and time again, and using that to easily line up your Q, your main source of main source of burst damage here. Certainly done a pretty good job now. Has that Shadow Surge available, so one misstep, one good trade, and all of a sudden you could be in trouble on this Corki, particularly with no flash, as well as Shadow Surge. There is that timing window where you can get away prior to the fear hitting you, you know, assuming that the generic Vex combo is R then W. Personal space tends to be the snap cast that you go for. There is a window where you can get away with that by flashing away as the target, but it's very difficult. We have to see if Azog and Shady.
Here for Griffin actually flashes forward onto Shady, who does get rooted up. No aftershock, so he's going to fall down very quickly. But Odd Orange is also in the area. That's one kill going over to Azog, and they're turning it around. This Jinx is excited, and I think Odd Orange is too. Griffin going forward, but the heal will keep Azog alive, and there is nowhere for you to go. That play was all Maryville.
Maryville turned down around that 2v3. Now Niall's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, getting chased onto here by Dragoon, but ultimately not able to find anything more. That would have been a very nice skill for Dragoon to pick up, because that CS deficit is sizable. 20 down at the moment as Get Back continues to trade aggressive in the mid.
Yeah, these consistent trades coming through here. These are all positive plays for Maryville. Your Gwen on the enemy team with no ultimate. Now Shady trying to move into Blaze. Remember, no flash on this Corki. Shadow Surge.
Oh, goes forward. That's a really nice Valkyrie away, but I don't think it's going to matter in the end. The autos from Get Back will just be too much. Throws out the Mistral Bolt. That's the first kill of the game for the Maryville mid laner.
And it's been a long time coming here. Yes, it required a support roam, but hey, you know what? Whatever it costs here, you're putting that Corki down a little bit further, and now the leads for Maryville starting to stem across Summoner's Rift, not just in the bot lane, not just in the top lane. As you can see, the CS differential really starting to mount up, but in the mid lane as well, with that flash expended by Get Back. And again, making good timing, making good on the, hey, you know what, we've burned their flash previously, let's make a play on it now. Scooped and Jishuka.
Ooh, light binding lands onto the Jinx. Death Sentence doesn't though, and that is so much damage already.
Nice.
Azog going to be forced back to base in a moment's time.
Really good Caitlyn combos here. This is what I'm looking for whenever I see these high tier Caitlyns. If you land a binding, you can get double headshot off of that by utilizing trap plus net at the correct timing, and Scooped nails it right there. Azog doesn't fall, fortunately for him, but come a little bit later on if those bindings are starting to connect, those same combos come through. Then you could be in a very good spot and very easily start to take down these squishier members. Azog looks like he's opting toward this Immortal Shield bow though, so that initial burst damage isn't going to be too easy to come by.
Shady trying to be a little bit cute there, waiting for the minion to die, throwing out the Death Sentence, not quite getting the timing right. As it stands, 9 minutes into the game, Shady might be looking for Jisuga here, actually throws out the Lantern, and this Lux is going to be dying very shortly. Actually, though, it's a shutdown for Scooped, and now the play continues to go to no team. Flashy floor, but Shady goes into the Zhonya's, keeps himself alive, flashes away, and Get Back grabs a second.
Supports are pretty good at stopwatching, hey Middlecourt, because this is the second time now that we've seen a support stopwatch turn the tide of a fight in an instant. Scooped thinks he's got Shady dead to right, stopwatch baits him in, forces the flash as well. And that is just a simple pickup for Odd Orange and Azog for Odd Orange and Get Back rather, to roll on down, pick it on up. And now again, in case Blaze was not having a good enough time, he's got to deal with the Vex with an extra kill back in the back pocket, as hasn't yet spent the gold, but knows that that is an impending doom really when Get Back goes to base.
Yeah, incredibly scary when a fed Vex jumps on top of you. Sorry guys, it's 2:45 in the morning here. I'm not used to this. But Odd Orange is used to this. We talked about him being an incredibly experienced player and sort of set up that Griffin, the young gun coming in, who is very calm and collected, but does have that inexperience. Can he make it pay off? Hold that thought as Scooped gets hooked in, and with very low investment from Maryville, taken to 2/3 HP.
Yeah, really good cleanse though. Nice to see that he's not hesitating to use this so frequently. You'll see players think, oh, you know, I can get away with not cleansing this, and then all of a sudden, kabam, they're dead. So good to see Scoops just saying, you know what, I'll bite the bullet on this one. I'll force my cleansed out. Binding landing. Every single time a binding lands, I'm just fearful because the Caitlyn Lux combo really can just take you from 100 to 0. If we see Final Spark begin to be expended, Ace in the hole as well, plenty of reasons to be scared of a Lux binding.
It's so incredibly beautiful, beautiful as well, but I guess that depends on your point of view.
Perspective is a wonderful thing, hey?
Wonderful thing, and from my perspective, Odd Orange is popping off. 5 out of 6 kill participation, even on CS with Griffin as well. Making the Jin Zhao work. Has already picked up that Gore Drinker for himself. He is a very scary threat.
This is the sort of dream here for the jungle. You've got your first mythic, right? Sterax is sort of a second item. Holy moly. Those are just terrifying hooks to be missing. Not because they're bad misses, but if they'd have hit, absolute disaster strikes. Now, Niles puts that ward down onto the Rift Herald, making sure that with the priority on the top side, which he sort of anticipated coming, that they're going to at the very least know, and he's sort of anticipated this perfectly here. Scooped, working his way up toward the top side. Dragoon basis goes back toward the bot, or down toward the bot lane, so pulling over your strong side of Summoner's Rift to try and enable this Herald. Classic plays here, and no team going to get away with it. The package as well in their back pocket means that there's no contest to be had.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. I think if this is a swap where Blaze doesn't have access to that, then absolutely Maryville can go for it. Odd Orange is incredibly strong. Get Back is not doing too shabby for himself either, but the package is just a bit too much damage, a bit too much zoning tools. Maryville will end up trading this for a Drake, but you see 3-stack in the top lane. They are looking to take this tower.
That is going to be, hopefully, that turret falling, but what do they lose on the bot side? Dragoon Ghosts.
I think they might be losing Dragoon. He throws out the Needlework as Blaze is also fighting up against Get Back in the mid side. 50% HP on the Corki. As the Herald is summoned in the top lane. We'll be able to take that out actually. So gold pretty much even across the board. And they are not stopping this push.
Yeah, inner turret's worth a lot of gold as well, so if they're going to lose this one here, Maryville giving up a lot of resources. Over to Scooped, over to Griffin here, and now Niles in trouble.
Jumping on top of him, is able to flash back, but that means the ultimate doesn't do anything. The exhaust keeps Griffin alive for a second. Keeps him alive for a hell of a lot longer than that, as he's going to be fine. Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't connect. Niles, the only casualty of the fight so far. Blaze feared up and won't be able to chase any further forward.
Okay, 1 for 0 here, and no team, they have made a really good play on this top side of the map here, getting 2 turrets, a kill, all for nothing really down on the bot side. They expend Dragoon's ult and his Ghost. They don't even lose the bot lane tier 1 turret here, and that is the power of Rift Herald, the power that you can get with those charges, just taking down those last couple plates and even taking down an extra turret. Maryville getting a little bit caught with their hands in the cookie jar right there. As
Blaze?
this is an
You
overstay.
don't want to be right there, buddy. Flashes over the wall. Odd Orange not quite able to follow with the Wind Becomes Lightning. Don't know what happened there. Trader flashes where maybe there shouldn't have been.
Well, if he hits the Wind Becomes Lightning, Blaze has to, well, probably dies, honestly. He didn't hit it, he didn't die, you know? It's one of those... It looks bad because he misses the initial skill shot. It's like when a Thresh flash hooks and they just miss it straight up when they go full yellow star. But if it hits, you know they're a genius.
Pause 1 second. That play, the yellow star play, is one of the most amazing things to watch in League of Legends. Because not only does he miss the flash hook,
Yes.
he flays and then just ults for no reason as well.
Yeah. It's like when it's similar in comparison. I'll hold it. Dragoon battling.
It should be fine. Niles actually doesn't have a tower to retreat to, so the Needlework does a fair bit. Slip and slash as well as Get Back is looking to make a play onto Blaze. Has opted for the Mirror Mana rush here, as the Vex is being jumped onto by Griffin, but the Jarvan doesn't have the damage at this point. Teleports have been unleashed. It's post 14 minutes. And I think Griffin is going to pay for that overextension with his life. Niles pops the ultimate as well. Gets a rock face, but isn't going to get taken out.
And once again...
TP invested for only a single kill, and in the mid side, you're losing. You're in a...
Yeah, so they end up trading even in terms of those turrets, but you can definitely... Okay. Blaze is dead.
It's a big dive under the tower and
Get
get back.
Nicely done.
My, just an assassin at this point.
Yeah, beautifully done. Doesn't even have his mythic completed yet. Doesn't stop him, though. Goes right under the turret. Finishes off Blaze. And I was going to say, you can argue the relevancy and the importance of mid-tier 1 versus bot-tier 1, and, you know, definitely would make the case that it is Maryville coming out on the short end of that trade, but getting the kill back in the bot lane maybe just about evens it up overall. We've got 90 seconds on the next dragon spawning, and that is about the last window of opportunity where you can go for these sort of aggressive plays without it costing you something broader in terms of the game. You know, like if we go and randomly die now, means we're most likely going to lose setup on the dragon around the river and things like that, particularly in a game where we see Maryville with those 2 drakes. If they lose out onto the 3rd one here, it's not the end of the world, but they would love to start stacking up toward that soul. And you feel like in this situation, for no team, it is of imperative importance that they stop this Drake stacking at any cost.
Oh, absolutely, because it's not like they've built a commanding gold lead for themselves at this point. Only about 700-800. So often you see teams trade away these drakes in the early game, but they're able to get sort of 2-3k advantages, which are definitely a lot more meaningful when it comes to this point in 30 seconds where you do have to fight for this drake. It is going to be that Hextech soul as well, so a lot of power in that too, and you definitely can't be giving it up.
Looks like for the time being, Get Back with his TP doesn't mind roaming up toward this top side. Similarly, Dragoon over there as well, but there's a 2-level difference between those two right now, so expecting Get Back to have the advantage.
Griffin not quite hit by that hook and is able to flag and drag himself away on orange. Having to pop the Crescent Guard at this point is not what you want to see, and that's going to give over so much pressure to no FT.
Honestly, might just give them the Dragon. Odd Orange acting as that front line can no longer do so without the Crescent Guard. And, you know, you're looking at it right now. Chemtech Drake will be taken, Blaze and Griffin. Yes, they took a slight chunk from Azog, but nothing that they couldn't handle, nothing they couldn't manage. Miles quite happy to continue on his journey to farm supremacy for the time being, but with that dragon going over, it is a good start off to the road to recovery for no team, right? They're out in front in gold, but the Drake stack recovery more so than anything else, I'll say.
Just shutting down one of the options that Maryville would have to play towards. Get Back will be able to secure this outer top lane at towers, so that mid lane, the only one in terms of the outer towers left standing against Maryville, but no team have really been on a tower taking mission this game. The mid tier 2, the only one left before those base turrets start getting focused.
So if that mid lane tier 1 starts to fall, it's kind of that last bastion of hope here for no team. Getting this Rift Herald and securing that is not just a great way to get yourself some turrets, but a great way to demolish the enemies as well, and also deny your own from falling. So good to get that taken away, and they may well be able to take out that mid tier 2 as you alluded to here. No team out in front slightly with the gold. But looking at this game as we get later and later, it's not like Maryville scaled poorly either. They've still got the Jinx in the late game who is going to be able to dish out damage. Yes, Shield Bow plus Fire Cannon is, as far as AD carry builds go, incredibly defensive. Doesn't stop you from dealing a load of damage if you're left to free hit. Yep, exactly. You still dish out the damage if you're able to free hit, but maybe 10% less than what you would see from a Kraken Slayer Runance, for example.
And that can make a crucial difference, right? It's the difference between taking someone out, getting excited, and that not occurring. Shady probably doesn't want to follow that hurt. I really want to see what Niles does in the next few minutes. Currently sat 0-1-0 on the Kennen. Hasn't had much of an impact at all. But he does now have that Proto belt. He's hit level 11, so the Slicing Maelstrom is very potent. And Griffin actually going forward with the Cataclysm, tries to bot himself out, but the Flay comes through, and Odd Orange is the beneficiary.
Shady there, beautiful stuff, stops the Flag and Dragon, able to quickly pick up the job. And ultimately here, fortunate thing is with no Baron on the table, it's probably just a quick pick. Now whether or not Maryville can convert this into a mid tier 1, convert it into a couple more kills, we will have to wait and see. But it looks as though it's going to be just a quick steal away of the Raptors, and sieging versus Caitlyn looks never something that you're going to be looking to do too eagerly.
Yeah, which is why they need to start setting up a few more of these flank angles to get that dive off. Whilst they're very good at clearing through these waves, they're not as good when you get them in a rough spot. And Maryville recognizing that there is no setup in the bot side to protect this tower, and will look to take it out. Not quite, though, as the response from NFT comes through just in time.
Yeah, I'm happy, though. Azog could have stuck around for an extra auto attack, but that's one of those fine margins where if you stay around for that extra auto attack, you may well be resided yourself to death. So keeps himself alive, preserving the life of an AD carry. Certainly something that I'm all for here. Making sure that he's still alive. You're not an AD carry player. You wouldn't understand. Late game ADCs, they're so-so.
Yeah, they're so-so. Well, definitely not so-so when they deal 1 million damage.
1 million?
Sounds both these AD carries actually on 2 items. Odd Orange getting stand up there. Guys, the Drake doesn't spawn for another 1.5 minutes. I'm all about getting your vision set up nice and early, but Maryville, if they want to, they can group and clear out some of the wards that no team have put down.
You sort of do this back and throw around the river of, hey, you know, we've got our sweeper up now, we'll go put our wards down, we'll be utilising those, and then Shady has to take a reset. You can see Jashuka just gone back to base, picked himself up fresh batch of wards just in case these all end up getting swept away, as we so imagine that they will do. Last time we got to see a quick pick onto, or it wasn't even a pick, a quick chunk onto Odd Orange and the force of the Crescent Guard, which meant that we didn't really get a Drake fight this time round. You can see a little bit more due diligence going into their river prep, making sure that Xin Zhao's going together. But again, these small chunks at pivotal times, that they can just be the difference between if you feel like contesting the Drake or not. Right now, they're feeling like they can step forward because Dragoon is going to have to expend TP to get down here. But still, they don't care, it would appear. NFT just taking mid-prio by storm, but their wave is quite far. This is going to be a fight here, middle. Rift Herald called.
Yeah, he's going to be able to knock down that tower. I don't think that Maryville are actually going to... I don't think this is going to precipitate into a fight. Maryville still have the position towards the Drake, but no team are trying to move in.
Okay, Corky Big One is certainly... a force to be reckoned with. Yes, it is a big one for a reason. Looks like the Drake being started though, and it is Maryville that have got first dibs on this.
Yeah, this would be soul points, so no team do not want to give this area. Griffin needs to find a swipe, but he's not going to be able to as he goes in with the Cataclysm. Shutdown already onto Scoop. That's so much damage being taken off the table. It's already 2 kills for Maryville, and the Dragon picked up. They're going to grab a third. Now Jasuka is on the wrong side of the map. That Zhonya's is going to buy you 2.5 seconds and not a millisecond more. Baron is the call.
Nicely played, Maryville. They are able to find the flank. Niall solos out Scooped. The hard carry for this NFT squad. They weren't able to utilize the Caitlyn. She couldn't pump out the damage. And from there on in, Maryville just slowly take their way through the team fight. Shadow Surge after Shadow Surge. Those resets come through. Maryville going to be the beneficiaries of the fight. Beneficiaries of the Baron. They even us up in the gold. And with the Baron going down, going to pump themselves out to a roughly 2k gold lead here. Composition from NFT. So focused around a Caitlyn Lux. If your Caitlyn dies, that's half your damage just immediately gone.
Feels awful, and this Baron, it's not going to be game ending, but I quite like a term that you've sort of coined, the economy Baron. There are 4 towers outside of no team space that Maryville are going to be looking to pick up. And with that Baron, I would not be surprised if they get all 4. They also were able to pick up the Drake in that skirmish, so they were on Soul Point 2. Whilst the gold lead isn't massive, the pressure advantage that Maryville have for the next few minutes is gargantuan.
And they have both TPs on solo laners as well. It means that playing all 3 lanes is certainly very easy here. That they can, you know, just move down into, you know, whichever area of the map they want, so long as Shady's there to start the play, place a ward. Niles.
Yeah, could be caught out here. The Cataclysm keeps him locked down. The Slicing Maelstrom not going to be enough to take anyone out in trade. And 4 members of Maryville actually stacking on that bot side. No team do not seem to care. They are just running down this mid.
Yeah, I mean, Maryville are playing one lane where actually it's NFT that have been able to play 2, and even without the Baron, they're forcing underneath the turret. Baron recalls do make Maryville get back incredibly quickly, but they're here playing defensive here. They're the ones with the Baron.
that goes through onto Dragoon as he is knocked into the middle of the team. That is exactly where the Gwen wants to be, but not quite yet. Another death sentence, and it will be death for Dragoon. Azog picks up that one. Blaze forced to flash himself away. Maryville, they respond well, but they still end up losing that inhib tower.
Okay, nice responses, honestly. I'm happy to see this from NFT, right? They're not just giving up and saying, hey, you know what, they've got the Baron. Time to give over our base, time to give over these economy structures. They're making plays elsewhere, getting these two lanes pushing in the mid lane, in the top lane, and forcing Maryville to be the ones to respond when they've got the Baron. Not what you expect to see at all. Now, Maryville look like they're going to be able to respond with a mid lane tier 1 in terms of just the tempo advantage that they have got. But now they're going to need to look to take a reset. Now that Baron is probably going to wear off before they can get onto a next push. And instead of getting the 4 turrets outside the map, they only really got 2.
Yeah, and no team didn't blink at all in that. Maryville in the ascendancy after winning the fight, after getting the Baron. Look to really put this game beyond doubt, but that is not the position that we find ourselves in. A 3k gold advantage 26 minutes in. Not particularly impactful. Maryville definitely still have an advantage, but when that Drake spawns in a minute and a half's time, it's definitely not a done deal.
Chemtech Soul will obviously aid Maryville if they are able to collect it, but that is still a big if, honestly, at this point. We can still not underestimate the power that Scooped has on this Caitlyn, and the later we get into this game, the more Blaze is starting to ramp on up on this Corki. He's going for that more auto-attack oriented build again, as opposed to the poke style that we've seen. So he's going to need to get a little bit more close and get himself in amongst the fighting a little bit more. But with Maryville making their strides, their intentions early here, 50 seconds still on this Drake, they're the ones controlling vision around the river.
Yeah, TP into the mid side from Blaze, who does have the package in inventory. Rapid fire cannon completed as well on the Corki and Dragooners. Got the Cosmic Drive online as well. No team is the strongest that they're going to beat for a while. And look at that. With that mid lane priority, they've actually managed to force themselves into the river and are going to have priority for this Drake that spawns in 20 seconds.
Yeah, if we don't count Jashuka, not a single component item here for NFT. They've completed everything. They are at their biggest spikes that they could possibly hope for the duration of this fight. Whereas, you know, it's a fairly similar situation for Maryville, right? We've got Medjai's picked up, but they've still got the components on the top lane, and Niall's really that only key differential. Package as well for Blaze could be big.
He's TPing into the back as the engage has already been started. Shady is flashing forward. Shadow Surges aren't going to come through from Get Back as Scoop picks up the first kill of the fight. Niles just gets absolutely eviscerated. The Drake goes over. Maryville secure that. They've got the Hextech Soul. They've got the Static Shiv. But I don't think it's going to matter. 3 members of no team fighting this one out. But Azog goes forward.
Azog.
He gets excited, gets the ring, but goes down. Scoop will fall as now it's a one mid laner on mid laner. Blaze has to dodge away from the skill shots. There's so much damage with the autos, but it's not gonna matter. Double kill for Get Back.
Big win for Maryville U right here. It doesn't matter that there's 4 people dead. They get the soul here. So long as they didn't lose any major objectives off the back of this fight, they were going to be the winners regardless. The fact that they won the fight is just the cherry on top of the cake right here. They're going to be able to use this soul permanently. It is not going to wear on off every single piece of poke. The little chip damage that comes from a Rogue Vex E, any zaps that come through from Azog, they're going to be starting to spread. They're going to be making the life of NFT so much more difficult. And that's exactly the type of situation that you want upon starting a Baron bait here. They've got people that need to face check into them, face checking into zaps, face checking into the Rogue Shurikens that come through. These things that used to be just 200-300 bits of poke, now up to 500-600.
Shuka doesn't even get the Scuttle Crab with that ultimate 20 seconds on that objective. Dragoon is in the bot side, does have the TP available. But no team, they need to pull out something absolutely beautiful here. Shady not able to find Griffin with the hook. But they continue to move forward. They continue to try and assert themselves, trying to apply as much pressure as they can.
Looks like it's the top lane duty here for Get Back. Puts himself out on that top side. He's in trouble though.
Yeah, gets Cataclysmed onto, but is able to Dark Passage himself away. That is a massive engage tool. now down for no team. They're continuing to play forward. Those odd oranges getting poked. Griffin goes in once more, but is rooted down, shooted up, and the dive forward from Get Back. Niles with a huge ultimate 2. Double kill for the Vex. And that is exactly what a Hex Tech Drake looks like for Maryville.
Yep, and granted, Blaze is going to sort of save the game here in terms of not allowing minions to come through, but he's going to fall likely just after here.
Flashes back, does get hooked up and will be taken off. A legendary performance by Get Back. Rick Dog in chat, you are right. This guy is too cracked.
Baron going to be the reward as well. Okay, good luck. Salt doesn't steal it. There we are. Quick little pause champ right there. But Maryville, they get themselves all the rewards so far. Now they have Baron, they've got Soul. And they've got the perfect timing window here. 3 minutes of Baron buff with Elder spawning in 3 minutes 15. They can control the map right here, control this bot side jungle for the next 3 minutes using their Baron as leverage for it. Simply go back toward the dragon and pick up the Elder. And as we all know, Elder is pretty much its own win condition. You simply win team fights with this Drake.
Ooh, they're going for something a little bit spicy here. Shady throws out the hook onto Dragoon, who is not going to be able to get out of this one. The needlework is nice, does a fair bit of damage actually, but ultimately still falls down in the end.
And Baron number 2 is the Economy Electric Boogaloo right here. They have to, well, we have to go again and try this one a second time out. You can see Lucent Singularity, not really too much of a threat whatsoever. Good of Niles as well to just come catch this mid lane wave and make sure that it's finally starting to crash its way underneath the enemy's turret. Shadow Surge.
Going forward and Jashuka just gets absolutely one shot.
He did.
That was disgusting there by Get Back. Blaze getting poked through as well.
And they're out of there. We'll be seeing you, folks. Thanks a lot. Chemtech gates. Kind of bonkers for just exactly that reason.
Very, very cool. Mid lane tower going to be the next focus. Actually, though, it's going to be scooped. Griffin diving forward. Azog already with a kill. Get Back with a second there. 11-0-5 on the Vex. 7-3-12 on the Jinx. These carries have been popping off. Shady flashes forward. Dragoon goes down. That package will be to your death, Blaze. And Maryville, in a dominant second half of this game, will take down the Nexus towers, will fire onto Jashuka in the base. Not going to be falling for assist time. There they go, that's the ace. And that's Maryville picking up the game.
4-1 then for Maryville. They're ending here, coming into this tournament as an 8th seed. They managed to give themselves a really good standing, likely going to be a team expected to make it even out of the group stages of this Proving Grounds closed qualifier. So hoping then that Maryville with that win can put themselves into a good standing for the group games that start tomorrow. Very little rest for the wicked, unfortunately. But group starting tomorrow, 4-1 record. They should be fairly comfortable and fairly happy. And I think as well, so should NFT, because this was a good showcase by them for a large portion of the early stages. They were matching and kind of outplaying Maryville to an extent as well.
Yeah.
My mind goes back to that top lane, like, sort of, it wasn't even a kerfuffle full. It was like Maryville got the Baron and then lost their inhibitor turret.
Yeah. A bit of a weird one. What I liked was how NFT didn't really play with any fear.
Mm-hmm.
They never just sat back. They never just let the game be won without their input, right? Because you sometimes see that these teams, they won't contest in a lot of scenarios, and they'll just bleed a lot of these objectives, and you end up thinking, well, hold on, if you're never going to fight them, why do you think that letting them get a Baron, get a Soul, get an Elder Drake, why do you think that you can take the fight after that? Now,
yeah.
Obviously, the way it precipitated, Maryville were able to pick up a couple of those big late game buffs, but it never felt like no team. It always felt like they were one good fight, one good pick away from putting themselves in a very, very nice position.
And obviously, Maryville the ones in said good position, collecting. So, I mean, 25 stack Magi is 12-0-5 on Get Back. I don't think anyone's...
Oh, yeah. That whole point was ignoring that Get Back was going to game.
Yeah. I think that's a good little sort of footnote there for that one. I think that this has been a beautiful open qualifier for him. Anybody that was coming into this and saying, and I know we had a little meeting, the sort of group of talent for the broadcast, saying,
Did we?
well, no, you didn't. And I was a skeptical. I was skeptical of Get Back simply because I didn't have tape, and I was like, okay, well, to me this seems like a downgrade because I don't know what Get Back does. Now I've seen what Get Back does. I can make case after case for Get Back to be in the starting roster. It's pretty good player.
Like, that one shot onto Shuka at the end.
Yeah. Granted, there's a 6-level gap, but you know,
I mean, damage is damage. Like, I don't care, man.
damage is
Like,
indeed damage.
Every time you bring in context to talk about damage, it just ruins it.
True. There was a lot of damage from both teams, honestly.
Oh, there was a lot of damage from Odd Orange, actually.
Yeah. The most, yeah.
The mostest damage.
The biggest.
The mooringest.
Yeah. The Everest.
See, now I just thought of Everfrost, and I don't understand why when you say Everest, Everfrost comes into my head, but when I try and think of the name of the damn item,
Nothing.
it just doesn't come through.
All right, we're gonna end the stream, everybody,
Yes.
because I don't know about mid-o'clock, but I'm probably gonna hit the hay real quick, and use some more British
I'm
slang.
gonna play solo queue for the next 4 hours and hate myself.
Nice. I hope you enjoy that process. But let me come to. Let me.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah?
yes, I'm shouting myself out on this stream.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm allowed to.
Yeah,
I will
yeah.
do it. Please follow me on Twitter at MiddleCotIsMe.
Mm-hmm.
I am a caster. I do content creation, whole bunch of stuff like that for League of Legends. If you happen to be a North American broadcasty sort of person and want me to yell at your teams doing stuff, DM me on Twitter, please. I would like to.
Certainly gets my vouch, my seal of approval. I would shout me out, but it's my stream, so
Yeah,
you know,
you're
everybody's
everything you say is shouting you out.
Yep, exactly. Thank you everybody for tuning in. Thanks to Unified for running the program. Thanks to Maryville, to Supernova for letting us broadcast their games, giving us the ability to do so. Obviously, just makes everybody's life easier when trying to do VOD reviews, prep, all that good stuff. You're helping the broadcast team give your players better stories and hype them up more. So it is a two-way street. That really helps everybody out. Really, there's no downside here. So thank you to everyone for watching once again. Thanks for all the new followers as well. I'm gonna take the evening off, and I will see you. Oh, I can shout out one thing tomorrow. Twitch.tv/academy. Me, I'll be there. I'll be casting the games. The group stages of this tournament that you've just seen the open qualifiers for. So if you want to see, we don't know who we've got in them just yet, but with the other results being finalized, group stages will be drawn. We'll have groups. There's 2 best of 3s tomorrow that we'll have. There'll be 2 best of 3s on the Unified live channel as well. So there's plenty more content coming over the next couple of days. So tune into twitch.tv/academy, twitch.tv/Unified Live if you want to keep up with this tournament, with everything that's been going on. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Goodbye.